That just like cuts straight to it. Oh goodness. Yeah. Okay. Oh. The computer is not liking. Sorry about that. The computer's apparently not liking the fact that it's for one thing I can't hear anything. Hello? Wait a second. Also I realized that this is probably really different. So give me a second. Let me look up stuff for this real quick. Interact. Oh, never mind. It's Harucha. Okay. That is fine. Okay. Some things might be different. Hola. Hello, tree. Hello. Can you hear stuff? Wait a second. Music's muted. Okay. How is the sound? Am I muted? A good 0.5 FPS. Yeah. But anyway, that's good. That's good to know that you can hear. Okay, that's awesome. I can't hear anything myself though, which is odd. So that's really, really weird. And also my computer is like running as if everything is just demanding it just demanding. Oh god. That's not what to do. Anyway, yeah, my computer is like. You watched the Jujutsu Kaisen movie a week ago? Ooh, epic sauce. Okay, that's cool. I guess I'm just not gonna hear anything. It was so good. That's good to hear. Awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear. Yeah. By the way, tree. I don't know if you recognize. Do you see things that are different? Okay. For the time being. Oh wait, I have the wrong tag on here. Oh well. Well, I'm glad to hear that it was a good movie. Yeah, I need to look into my task manager and see what other things are using up my computer. Ichizu King Nu is one of the songs I love in the movie. Also lights. Lights do that. Do what? Wait, what about with lights? Sort by resources. Okay. Performance 100% as per usual. Of course. It's always usually running at 100%. It could be just some other things actually. Alright, I'm going to set up a thing. Good, that's off. I'm just gonna remove that. Okay. Yes, we are going to remove that. Okay. So my CPU usage is definitely at 100%, but I gotta be honest with you, that's nothing new. Because that's literally like just OBS being harsh on my computer. I added in something, so this is actually a really good time for me to use something in particular real quick. Yeah, it's odd. My computer, it's literally, so I literally have nothing else open. 100%. Yeah, I know, right? It's awful. It's incredibly awful. And I don't know why my OBS is like, hey, I'm just gonna be used a whole bunch if you don't mind. And I'm like, why are you gonna be used a whole bunch? You don't need to be used a whole bunch. You don't need to use a whole bunch of my CPU. Then again, you kind of do, because like... I literally have no... Oh wait, hold up. Okay, hopefully that should be better. You know, I only have like literally 2 programs on. Excuse me? Maybe. Oh my god, yeah, no, it's not getting any fucking better. Oh my god, hello? Anyway. Hello, Steve. My man needs a GPU in his life to offload resources. It's not 9 PM EST. No. So, the talk thing, the talk section will come at 9 PM. The stream itself is going to be more around this time. Because here's the thing, is that I'm planning for the stream to go like past 9 PM, which is why I'm pushing it back. So yeah. In the meantime, a little co-working, because I need to get stuff done. I'm just planning out how the stream is gonna go. I am at my dorm. Could public Wi-Fi also have something to deal with this? I don't know why the hell. Yeah, no. I do have a dono goal going up. Oh, yo, not do in G the thing get what? hello, not do. I'm just gonna call you not do. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Holy crap.
Hey, scientists! Welcome.
Lads.
You're part of the lab now.
Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, so I'm the Science Nephilim. I am a Bachelor's of Arts Biochemistry major in my 2nd semester of my 3rd year of study. Learn to read. You got me there. I wish I knew that in elementary school. Anyways, I'm gonna call you not D, not do. So that's what you are now. But anyways, so yeah, welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, no, the Wi-Fi might be streaming OBS to consumer resources. Probably. That's probably the case right here. Let me guess, it's 100. No. Okay, that's better. That's better. Not doing the thing anymore, okay? Not doing the thing anymore. So here's the thing. Not doing the thing anymore. It's not my fault that you have capital letters in your name in places where it's like very confusing. Oh my goodness, okay. But anyway, yeah. Welcome to the stream though. How you doing? Hold on a second. So, my last stream, what's the thing? The thing? Hold up. What is it? What do you mean the thing? PMO? PMO? What do I think about NoFap? I mean... here's the thing, it's that like... if you feel it helps you out, then go for it, you know? If you feel like that's something you need to do it. Like... try not masturbating, you know? It's fine. No judgment here from me, my guy. So yeah. Tree dot. But yeah. Anyways, so... okay, encoding is getting a bit better. Hopefully things are lowering, and I'm hoping things will get better over time. But, yeah, no. Cool. But what do I think about it? I think what I just said what I think. If you think it works for you, go for it. I personally don't have much thought against it. It helps some people. It doesn't help some people. Some people feel like they have their things under control. Some people don't have their things under control, and so they need the NoFap. That's what I think. You asked me what I think, not what I feel about it. Oh man. Mhm. Better, a good one, FPS. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Well, in any case, though. So yeah, we get in places. We do be getting places. Please feel free to contribute if you want to a better PC, so that way I can provide you guys better content and smoother content. Definitely smoother than this, but yeah. Did you ever try? No. But like, okay. Yeah. Well, in any case, though. Well, what about you? I mean, I'm gonna displace this conversation. This is like getting a bit too personal on first encounter. You know, I'm feeling a bit little. I'm gonna ask you to respectfully stop right there about me, this stuff, my dude. But yeah, let's see. Any case, though. I had some stuff. I'm in day 9. Well, that's cool. That's good. Yeah. Well, how do you feel about it? Is it helping you out? What do you think? Am I doing the month challenge? Yeah, are you doing the month challenge? Not doing 90 days. Ooh, yeah. How's it going for you? Like, I feel more energetic. Epic. That's good. That's great. Yeah. And talkative to strangers. Epic. Yeah, that's good. That's wonderful. 90 days. Hell yeah. Get to it, my guy. I believe. Oh shoot! I just. Oh well. Oh man. Yeah, no. I would explode. Well. Some people have their limits, but you know. Oh man. But yeah. Yeah, no. Funny how we started getting to this topic. But yeah. In case though, how you guys been? How you guys doing? Sounds like nah. Did I send you your set? Oh that's right. Hold up. I did that for a month. I felt more tired personally. Interesting. That's a interesting response. That's an interesting sort of response to this. Hold on. Let me send you my things. Okay, what things do you specifically need, Steve? What things do you specifically need? Oh, by the way, chat. My internet uploads and download. I need to test that out. Steve, remind me at the end of the stream if I'm not that tired. If I'm not that tired, remind me at the end of the stream. If not, then remind me tomorrow. I need to put a reminder for myself. Yeah. Good. Do an internet test? Bro. I did. And I'm gonna tell you, we got the lowest settings I can while still offering, well no, offering highest quality that I can offer, while also still like offering, I don't know, lowest settings that I want to afford, while also, what is it? Lowest settings I want to afford while also still being able to, I guess, to stream. Is lower than when this is lower than when I like last saw him at 20 FPS, which was like at 5 megabits, I think, upload. Yeah. My last stream went fantastic. Like, honestly. Which I don't know. Like, Steve was there. He saw my last stream. And that was like one of my like smoothest streams ever. So, you know, I think part of it is probably because of the fact that I didn't like restart my computer. I had my computer literally up and running the whole entire day. But yeah. Oh man. But yeah. We shall. I'll send you guys my stuff. If you guys are fine with like a blurrier stream quality, then I can do stuff to that. Otherwise, we're sticking with like, this is what's gonna be for now, because that's gonna take some time, and I don't know. I kind of have some things I want to do. And also, oh, 6 a.m. Howdy. Hello, Zen. Just your video and output settings on OBS. Okay, gotcha. Hello, Zen. Hello. Welcome to the stream, guys. This is one of my friendos. This is one of my VTuber friendos. His name is Zen. Zenix the Dragon. He's a cool person. He's a pretty cool guy. He's friends with a Neffy. Also, no matter what you should always restart your PC before you stream. That's pretty fair. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Thank you for telling me that. But yeah, no. Guys, that's Zenix, the Dragon 23. He is a VTuber friend of mine who also happens to be friends with another Neffy. And so now, as a replacement, he calls me Phil. Hello, thanks for the shout out. Anytime, buddy. Anytime. Zen. Yeah, no. It's freaking this dude over here. This guy calls me Phil. And I'm like, bro. Anyway. How are you? It's like morning in the Philippines, is it not? Oh shoot. Is that okay for me to say out loud? Yeah, how are you? How's your morning so far? Okay. Phil, freaking Phil, man. Phil, oh my god. Don't you freaking Phil me. Freaking god dang. Oh my god, I love your YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Please go check him out. And give him a follow. Awesome friend of mine. He and I have the same sort of, what is it, I guess, in a sense, boss, quote unquote. I mod for another VTuber. This is a VTuber friend who I am friends with because I mod for a VTuber. Anyway, another VTuber. But yeah, the VTuber that I mod for is a great person who is also in the same place. But yeah, awesome people, awesome, lovely people who are amazing, and you should go support them. But yeah. Any case, though. How are you? How's your morning, Zen? I have to admit, your name? Yeah, it's 6 a.m. I forgot to eat dinner last night, so I just passed out. I woke up to a cold of plate. Wait. I woke up to a cold of plate of noodles, so I'm eating it now. I'm pretty sure you meant to say I'm waking up to a plate of cold noodles, so now you're eating it. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, no. Sorry, my brain is like. Guys, you're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be really surprised. So, I did the unthinkable. This guy right here actually had dinner before he streamed. This guy actually had dinner before he streamed. Yay for being healthy. And so, I don't know, I'm feeling a bit energetic. I'm feeling a bit like I can think now, so yeah. Also, yeah, you should get your food, buddy. Oh man, you should get your food, son. Enjoy your plate of noodles, you know? So yeah. Don't you inclabator me, freaking inclabator. Yes, the guy named Phil over there actually had dinner before streaming. It's a rare occasion. Ohio, Nix. Ohio. How are you, Nix? Oh my god, I'm so happy to see my friends here. Oh man, yeah, no, these are my buddies. These are my pals. Hold on, wait a second. I do need to like. Oh man. Hello, Nix. How are you? I can't hear anything, so I have no idea how, like, things. But you know what? I'm just gonna put that away over there. Fuendo indeed, friendo. How are you? Man. You know, I actually have some. This is really interesting. So like, I have like high school friends in the chat. I have like other like friends that I've seen from other streamers in the chat, and like I have VTuber buddies here, and like they're wonderful people. Also, yes, wait a second, I need to be a good streamer, and guys, check out Nyx. She is wonderful. She's a very chill VTuber buddy, and like she does a lot of games. She does a whole lot of Valorant, sometimes competitive, sometimes really chill and just fun. I'm running at 5 FPS. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I know. Look, okay. Drop frames due to network. Nothing on my network. Total data output, bitrate. It's something with my computer, and yeah. Look, guys, please. I don't know. Oh my god, you're wonderful. Ara, arigato. You're wonderful. You're more wonderful too. No. You try changing ingest service or adjusting your bitrate. Yeah. Okay, hold up. So, y'all, you can help me out with all the bitrate stuff, like after stream. But yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm gonna ask for that anyways. I'm already asking some friends for some help with that as well. But in the meantime, I'm gonna try and like, well, reduce the amount of things that I have. But yeah, changing ingest servers for adjusting your bitrate. So yeah, we'll see. Well, bitrate's like at 3000 kps right now. BPPS right now, so yeah. Yo! Oh man. So I don't know if lowering my bitrate would actually help that much. I'm also sort of on like a public Wi-Fi kind of deal, and yippity yappity, so you know. Anyways though. Don't know if I'm gonna be awake after stream. Wait a second. Don't know if I'm gonna be awake after stream. Might be F out my chair again after eating because I got work in like 3. Bruh, what the heck? Hello? Oh no. Oh man, don't tell me you're gonna like, what? Well, good luck with work. Good luck with work, buddy. Good luck with work, cause then, but I mean, whenever you got time to respond, feel free to, you know, but yeah. Yeah, no. How are my friendos? How are you, Nyx? You know, and yeah. Oh boy. So, I got like chill stream indeed. We doing a chill stream. I have, I think, a Harucha playlist playing right now. Wait a second. That's not what I meant to play. We doing a chill stream today. Well, chill stream with like at around like 9 a.m. So wait, literally in about, oh, I'm just doing some money management to things that I may buy in the future. Ooh. Sounds... Oh wait. Guys, I have a new thing to show you guys. Give me a second. So whenever I like, if someone ever does a pain thing, something that like makes me go like pain, here's what I'm gonna do. So oh bro. But yeah. Hold up. I need to keep my stream up on the side. I have my laptop here. Anyway, so yeah. That sounds kind of like both exciting and kind of stressful. But yeah. Yep. Ah, pain. Oh man. Yep. Oh yeah, that's turning major pain, my guy. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry for how wonky looking this is. My peeps. Yeah. Oh man. It's so odd too, because like literally everything's off. Hold on a second. Let me just put all this on right here. Go make that go away. And it's still not turning anything off. Bro. Okay, hold on a second. Hopefully it'll be better next time as time goes on. But okay, anyway. So yeah. I figured the things that you're buying, you may buy in the future are like top secret. So yeah. Anyways though. Anyways, I feel like I've asked this so many times already. How are you guys doing? Oh no. I think oh, she rated with one viewer. Thank you, Zen. Oh my god. Wait a second. Oh, thank you. Do I do another shadow? I just gotta do out. Let's do another shadow. Hold on. No, wait real quick. Mainly just to bring out my guitar. Oh god. Oh, raid. Poggers, right? Right? Thank you for the raid, and for that, you get a shout out and a little improv. Oh my god. The dragon again, you know, with his one raid. Thank you very much. One viewer raid. We appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah. So hopefully, wait a second, I need to sound check myself. But yeah. So I do have like plans to just sort of like, you know, chillax and I don't know, maybe do some like guitar improv and maybe, you know. Yeah, well, might as well host you if I might as well host you if my channel has a space, right? Yeah, no. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. If your channel has a space, support a friendo, you know? And I appreciate that, so yeah. Whoops. Oh man, I'm so out of practice, dude. I see the Cronus the dragon scrolling by. Oh my god. Hello? Wait a second. You just see wait, you mean Cronus, like the one who mods for Chrono? Oh my god. Well then. Oh man. Wait a second. For those, let's see, I do have, what is it? Do have this, but yeah. Oh. Do have these Neffy emotes about here though, but I think it's only for subs. But you know. Oh man. Yeah, no. Then I just see it on lab member. You see it on lab member. Yo, what? Seriously? Oh man, lovely Eevee emos from the one and only Muftari Megumi. um Wait a second. I wonder if my guitar's in tune now that I think about it. Wait a second. Hello? Good. But yeah. I don't know what talk about now. Oh man. I don't know. How's your I don't know, I guess week? Lives? Anything interesting? Anything kind of, I don't know, existential happening in people's lives? How does one socialize? Okay, wait a second. Cause I'm apparently really struggling at that at the moment. Oh man. Hold up. Okay. So, oh, you are really out of tune, buddy. Oh no, you need to go down. Okay. Guitar tuning on stream, very bad week. Hello, Zero! Hi, how are you, buddy? Very bad week? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear, Nix. What all happened? How come it was a bad week? How come it was a bad week, Nix? Oh shit. I've been tuning the wrong string. Hopefully we can just, take some time to just chillax here, Sometimes some weeks aren't just the best, and shitty things happen to us, and maybe what we need is a day to take the pain away. Drink. Okay. Hold up. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to use the bathroom, dude. You guys are making me need to go urinate. Been 2 weeks that has been bad. Oh no, Nix, I'm so sorry. Wait a second. Oh, give me a minute. Okay. I've come back with trying to not drop my guitar. And I'm back with a cup of water. Cause your boy kind of unhydrated. Oh man. I'm trying to get water. That's what I'm trying to get. Hello? Wait a second. Okay, wait a second. So I need to catch up with. It's been since we have talked, but I've been busy. At least trying, take the pain away. Got you. Yeah, I feel that, Zero. It's good to have you here, buddy. We can catch up here, if that's okay with you. Oh, where are you going? Get over here. Get over here. You going to the bathroom? No, I'm getting myself a cup of water, and trying to redeem my guy. Cause I barely keep a cup of water with me at my desk, filled at all times. So, I need I'm so bad at taking care of myself that sometimes I need someone else to take care of me, to tell me to take care of myself. But yeah. Hello, Mac. Hold up. Sound alert straight. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for the applause. I don't know what we're applauding for, but thank you. Oh god. Yeah, no. Nice to see that you've done the sound alert Steve Star Knight. Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah. Hold up. We got. Nice to see. Take care of window. Oh, okay. For staying hydrated. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am staying hydrated. Yeah, take care, Nix. Also, it's not working. Oh my god, bruh. It's Bruh, you gotta be joking me, my guy. Oh my god. Oh well. Yeah, no. Take care, Nix. Hope you're doing whatever you're doing is going good. Goes great. I didn't hear it. Oh man, I need to do some. Man, I need to do some test streams, my guy. Anyways. Mhm. Did not hear it. Yeah. No. Wait a second. Oh, bro, you gotta be joking me. Okay, wait a second. Sound alerts. Ghost applause? Ghost applause, apparently. Oh, man. Wait a second. Did you... What? Huh? I'm confused as to why you said take care, friendo. Wait a second. I'll deal with that later. Uh, there's like so many people here, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually kind of nervous. Hello? Oh man, but it's okay. You're all friendos, so I'm gonna try and not get that nervous. But anyways, whew. But yeah, yeah, no. Considering the state of my computer and other things, I'm gonna have to fix all that stuff like off stream. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do like the super secret stuff. Okay, wait. Okay, that's a bit sharp now. Never mind. Fundo famous. Oh my god, no, you're more famous than I am. Pog. Oh my god. Gonna be lurking while I work on my annotated bibliography. Sure, go ahead, Mac. Yeah, no. Feel free. Do whatever you need to do, okay? Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. Oh man. Oh man. You guys flatter me. Wait a second. That is so sharp. What in the name of Almighty? Hello? Okay. Oh my god, that's disgusting. That's a disgusting sound. Holy crap. Yes. Have a good work session, Mac. I might actually do a Phil, I'm gonna go pass out. I got work in 3 hours. Have a fun stream. Y'all folks have a fun with Phil the night. Oh my god. Shut up, Zen. But alright, good night, man. Yeah. Have a good night. And good luck with work. Oh man. XD lol. Yeah, it's like super early for my folks on the other side of the world. Why are you up this early, by the way? I was so surprised to see like Nick's tweeting at like such an early time, and I'm like, whoa, hello. I mean, you feel free to like, don't feel pressured to like say whatever, you know. If I'm like overstepping stuff, feel free to just be like, hey, that's a bit no. That's like it's something you shouldn't say here, and I'm totally understand. Because my sleep is fucked. Currently 7:47 a.m. Oh no. Oh no, Nick. It's okay. Hopefully your sleep gets better. Yeah, no. I hope your sleep gets better. And I do happen to know some things that are like, I do know some things that can help with sleep, but that depends on whether or not you want to do that stuff. Let's see. I tried fixing it yesterday, man, but the bed's so good. The bed is quite nice. I gotta be honest though, I'm like on 3 hours of sleep at the moment, so good. What's everyone like? What's so? I know that like research sort of supports, or like people who are like sleep gurus or sleep experts when they study like sleep in depth in the lab. It's like good. It's a good idea to have like a bed routine going on or a night routine going on. So for those who aren't such big fuck ups with sleep, what's your sort of what do you do? So ah, that is such a mood though. Such a mood with like bed being really nice. And again, it's like you're gonna have to have like a reason to like get out of the bed sometimes too, you know. Hmm. Oh wait, that's sad sounding. Wait a second. Huh, yeah, I don't know. I love that. That's like something that would be really good for I guess if I wanted to go with like a starry vibe night kind of song. I'm just kind of like messing about with my guitar at the moment. Took me 30 minutes to get up from bed. That's a mood. I mean, it depends what you're doing from in bed. Oh man. You know, I like listen to like ASMR stuff whenever I'm trying to go to bed. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. I sometimes when I wake up, I it takes me a bit to like get out of bed. Sometimes I stay in bed just watching like things on my phone for a good like several minutes before I finally decide to go like, okay, it's about time for me to go to class. I need to get up. And so I get up out of bed in like 5 seconds. And I'm like, oh, I need to start my day now. So I begrudgingly go over to the kitchen, really sleepy, grab my mug from my desk, wash it. That's basically me. I'm actually normally like a morning person. Um so I kind of get out of up and out of bed energetically, but there are some days where I'm just like and so sometimes I head to class and I'm like every time I wake up, I get my phone and scroll on TikTok for like 30 minutes or less, and then get up to go to the bathroom and that's when the day starts. It's not when you first wake up. It's when you get up from TikTok. It's a mood though. I like sometimes. So normally my friends on the other side of the world are kind of streaming by the time I literally wake up. So literally when I wake up, I grab my phone. First thing I see on is a Twitch notification. I'm like, oh, look at that, another friend of mine is streaming. Time to enter their time to enter their stream, and I'm like, and I'm like, hello. I'm like in chat with all caps, screaming their name with like a little tildes at the end, and go like, hello, like adding a little vibrato to their to the name, and so it looks like I feel like it looks like I'm like energetic first thing in the morning, and then the next thing I'm still like I'm so comfy in my bed. And next thing you know, I see my friends playing like Pokemon RSEs or something. uh, and so it's such a I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is like my struggle with music sometimes, dude. It's like it's like I just do the same thing over and over again. I'm like thinking, can I have some variety, please? Can I just like please be creative? I don't know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold up. Man, I wish I could like do that. Anyway, uh, I feel like I should talk about something, but I gotta be honest, I don't know what to talk about. I gotta be honest, I don't know what to talk about, guys. Um, I just been like vibing with life and things. Or sometimes when going to bed, and some friends of mine are still streaming late at night, I let their streams open so it drift sleep just means sleep. Yeah, like that's man. I don't know. Sometimes when like I have like a roommate that's like right across from me, so I feel like I if I do that, actually, so I go out sometimes to other buildings and like on campus, and I have like my friends' streams playing on my computer, but I also bring my phone with me as I'm walking to campus, and I have them like playing in my AirPods as I'm like walking all over campus. And sometimes I'm like disconnected from the chat, and sometimes it's like I just well yeah I'm just disconnected from chat, or I'm chatting in the chat box, and regardless of wherever though, because I have my friends stream playing on my computer, I'm usually in their stream anyways. So that's really because I want to support my friendos, you know. It's nice, and they're fun people. You guys are fun and wonderful, so you know. um, yeah, that's usually what usually happens. I feel that because I just I don't know. I usually like ASMR. I don't know if anyone does plan to do like an ASMR video thing soon, but if that's the case, you'd drift me off to sleep because I use ASMR to help me sleep. Support Windows, of course, of course. So yeah, anyway, I yeah. I'm trying to what what is I'm my mind is totally leaving. Like it's kind of scattered all over the place because I'm like here and I'm like, wow, what should I do? It's been almost an hour. I'm like, man, it'd be really nice to like, I don't know, do something. Actually, have like a direction which I should take things. But wow, look at that. Mm-hmm. Oh man, but I mean, I guess for part of it, we could just like chill here and part of it. Um, like I'm so awkward. Wow, I guess I am awkward. Anyway, I'm like so awkward with like trying to start up conversations because I just don't know what conversation starters to do. Um, so yeah, good. Yeah, because I mean, most of what I talk about would namely just be with like, I'm looking at your channel points at the moment. I see yada yada. But well, what do you want to do with it? Do you have enough points? Do you have enough points, Nix? Do you have enough points? Because if you redeem it, you're just gonna, I'm just gonna shake my head. I'm just gonna shake my head, Just gonna shake my head. And you're not gonna hear me say it. But yeah, what do you think about it? So yeah. What do you guys normally talk about with people, I guess, is one thing when you don't really have much to talk about or think about talking about. What do you do to try and not be awkward? What? Even I've redeemed it, you won't do it. You have failed to see my clip. You failed to see my clip, Nix. Also, I don't know. I didn't see that you redeemed it, so like you gotta redeem it. Oh man. You gotta redeem it, Nix. No, I haven't redeemed it yet. Well, then you're just not gonna hear it. You're just not gonna hear it if you haven't redeemed it next. You gotta redeem it. You gotta redeem it next. Oh man, there's like only one other person that redeemed it so far, and I'm like, well, oh well then. Yeah. Yeah, no. Hmm. Hmm. I gotta admit, I'm trying to think of like topics to think to talk to think to talk about. I will. I just need more points. Yeah, you just. I bet you will. Yeah. No balls. No balls. Oh. Mhm. um. What? Hmm. No. I feel like I'm like trying to like artificially start up a topic, honestly. Um. I find it odd, honestly, how like whenever I start like stream up, all of a sudden the things that I want to talk about all of a sudden go away. It's like that's really fun and interesting, but yeah. um, mhm. Man, I need to get Oh man. Mind sleep's just so elusive sometimes. Mhm. Mhm. Finally, someone with the sleep. Anyway. I actually did some work today, which was really. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. So, almost halfway to 200 followers. Any plans to celebrate it? Yo, honestly, I still haven't celebrated going to 100, getting to 100. I need ideas, fellas. Yeah, no. So I don't have. What would be a good way? Karaoke. 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 Um. Yeah, no. I still haven't. No, I did do a karaoke for when I got 100 followers, which thank you guys, by the way. You're all amazing. But yeah. um. Almost halfway to 200 followers. Anybody celebrate it? Yeah. I mean, we're probably gonna do another karaoke thing. Um, it's just gonna be a really laggy karaoke, but it's gonna be karaoke nonetheless. Uh, so I hope you guys are okay with that. It was pretty fun last time, so I'm excited to do it again. Um, I got that karaoke session again coming up. I actually have a roster. I have like a list of songs that I want to sing, and then maybe in between we can like sing whatever any song. If you guys have any song recommendations or song requests that you want me to sing, I wouldn't mind looking it up. In fact, next karaoke thing, my next karaoke session, it's gonna have some songs that some people in chat recommended. So yeah, no, I'd be really down to like um sing some songs you guys have. Speaking of which, at least the audio is not lagging, so that's good. Yeah, at least my wonderful audio is gonna be just fine, but my video is. Oh man, yeah, no. I really wish it wasn't like that though. uh, which is why honestly I think I need a I need a GPU. So yeah, new GPU, or just honestly in general, I just need a whole new computer. Because I feel like if I have a GPU with the type of motherboard and like the CPU that my computer already has, it's like I like to be fair, the video is a lot better than at the start of the day. That's good. It's at like so the encoding lag is at about 55% right now. Yeah, it's about 55%, so that's really good. Um I'm happy about that. I just bruh. I just wish it wasn't that bad. But yeah, no. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on a Jupiter and Mars. In other words, please be true. Oh, in other words, I love you. I know. I'm glad to hear that the video's okay though. But yeah. Wait a second. I need to look at the chords. I literally forget my guitar chords, dude. What is it? Wait a second. Oh no. Oh, is that no? That needs to be something else. Sometimes the way some chords are. Okay. see. Fly me. Wait a second. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what, oh god, spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Oh, whoopsie daisy. In other words, whoopsie daisy. Hold my hand. In other words, what? The baby kiss me. To fill my heart with song. Oh god. I keep on forgetting the goddamn chords, the way the chords are, so let's see. Fill my heart with song. And let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, yeah, please be true. Oh, in other words, I love you. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Oh my god, I keep forgetting what E minor is, dude. Hello? Okay. Da 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 da. Oh god. No. Let's see, okay. Oh boy. It's been such a long while since I played this song, but you know. Yeah, fill my heart with song. Yeah, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for. Whoopsie. Long for all I worship and adore. In other words, yeah, please be true. In other words, in other words, I love you. Yeah, I definitely need more practice with that one, but you know, it's how it is. Good. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. It was a song that I figured I'd try to, you know, practice. It's one of the things that I've been meaning to practice, but yeah. I need more practice with guitar. I'm so out of tune with it. Like wait, wait a second. I love this chord so much. I love it's so. This chord is like a sus, like a sus chord, I think. Wait. Did you just call me sus? I don't know. Depends. Are you? Are you susty? Depends. Good. Oh man. I called the chord sus. Excuse me, good sir. I'm not sure if I can be categorized as sus. Nah, honestly, there's someone more sus than you, see, Steve. You're absolutely fine. There's one person who came in earlier who's talking about a thing like who's talking about a thing. I don't know. I thought that was pretty sus. So you know, there's definitely more people who are much more sus than you, my guys. So you don't have to worry about being sus at all. Good. Oh man. You know. What do you guys think about jazz? You know. I keep on playing the same thing. I really need some variation and creativity in my life. Like it's freaking drop them in lava. Whoa! Oh man. Drop them in lava. I don't know if it warrants that. Oh man. Drop them in lava. Freeze them in ice cold Arctic waters. La da da da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. I love it. I just started listening to a streamer. She does live jazz. Ooh, that's wonderful. Yeah. Holy crap, that's great. What's the streamer? What is it? So let's see. What does this button do? Oh. Oh, you redeemed it. You actually redeemed it. Okay. 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 Hold up. I have to prepare. Give me a minute. I have to prepare. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with this, okay? Can't believe you made me do this. Can't believe you can make me do this, Nyx. Can't. Yare yare. Anyway. Oh man. Hope you enjoyed that. Yare yare. Oh crap, I did a free one. Well, anyway. That's what you that's all you're getting. With that one. With that one redeem. Oh my god. Oh my god. なんでなんでなんでって言ったらなんで Let's fucking go! Oh my god. What a way to start the day! Oh my god. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh my god. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Oh man. Oh man, you got a little hair flip too. I'm good. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that's really dissonant. Okay. Oh man. Was it worth it? Was it worth it, Nyx? Did you have you been to another level of blessed? Oh my god. Da 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 da. Yeah, you know, sometimes we just need a little. My face is flustered. Got Oh my god. I mean, if you want something a bit more flustering, you can like. Oh shit. I may have accidentally redeemed myself. Something. Wait a second. If you want something a bit more flustering, I do have a voice act option. Oh my god. And that's gonna be fun. Specify the line, make sure it say so, relatively speaking. And well, you know. I guess specify the voice that you want, I guess. Oh man. But yeah. Oh man. I do have a clip of that, but you know. Oh man. Hmm. Maybe I shouldn't have said something. Maybe I should have kept quiet. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Why do I say what's on my mind? Oh my god, wait a second. Wait a second. That was actually really cool. Wait a second. Let's see. Why do I say what's on my mind? Let all the words leak out when I don't. Wait. Oh man, that actually gave me some lyrics like this. Wait a second. Hello? Why do I leave? Do I say what's on my mind? God. Anyway. Oh man. Ah. tweeted? Oh god. Oh no! Wait a second. Oh god. What a way to start the day. Let's fucking go. Oh god, wait a second. Oh man. Oh, wonderful. Man. I'm glad you had a wonderful start to your day, Nick. Oh boy. Ah. You tweeted. Well, I just liked your tweet at the moment, but yeah. Man. What? I will have sweet dreams later. Wonderful. I'm glad you're gonna have this sweet dreams. I'm glad you're gonna have sweet dreams. Say hi to Johnny for me, you know? Yeah, say hi to Johnny for me. Yeah. Also, next, I did see that you joined my server. Welcome to the Nephilims. Welcome to the Nephilims. Hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see. Yes. I like the male version for Ara Ara. Nef, I got a couple of errands to run. I'll be back in like 40 minutes. Do you want me to bring you back something? What am I? A kid? A kid at a lollipop store? Oh man. I mean, you know, it kind of is yada yada, you know? It's, you know, it's, except it's kind of like the intent of it's like kind of turned around where it's like you're kind of like more disappointed, but the ara ara is like it's like, you know, more like out of curiosity, and then yada yada. And it's like oh god. Cake. I mean, some cake would be pretty nice, dude. Oh man. Oh boy, some cake would be pretty nice. Although, you know, it better be chocolate. I love myself some chocolate. Wait, dude, I've been craving lollipops recently. Oh, yo? Hey, yo? Wait, you've been craving lollipops, my guy? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Well, why not get yourself some? Oh, wait, so best lollipops. What do you guys like in... No, what do you guys... What's some of like... What kind of lollipop brands you guys like? I always enjoyed like the Tootsie Roll ones, you know? It's because the banks brought back the candy dishes. If someone was disappointed in me and they say in that tone, I will do anything. Oh yeah, Nix? You will do anything? Oh my god. You know, it is a pretty commanding voice, right? It is a pretty commanding line in that tone. But also, it's like an intense guilt. Imagine like your parents saying that. Oh no! Oh no! You bring this honor on me, on my cow, on my family. the amount of emotional damage. Oh my god. definitely a bottom moment. Do you often have those, Nicks? Do you often have bottom moments? Oh man. Oh man. True. Like, yeah. Heck yeah, you know? Man. Just kind of like, I don't know. Just thinking. Sound kind of little sus. Little sus there, Nick. You got something to fess up? This is so interesting too, because like you guys are like up there, but next thing I'm like looking at you like this, like, oh, hello KZ Gameplays. Science fact. Okay, so honestly, you know, one of the most fascinating things to me about the entire human body is how we can turn like physical like phenomena, like we can see light, right? We can see light, right? But we can see color in the light, but all that light is just photons. So what I'm basically getting about is like this fact about transduction in the human body. Is transduction in the human body, where we have organs specialized in turning physical phenomena such as airwaves into something that's like a feeling, thought-provoking thing that we experience. So the main thing that I wanted to get to actually was that, so when we turn vibrational waves in the air into sound, well, airwaves reach our cochlea after going deep inside our ear, and there's a specialized like neuron or like a specialized cell in the cochlea. It's a hair cell that releases like electrical activity to a neuron whenever that specific frequency that the hair cell bends at bends. What I'm trying to get at is that essentially each cell that transduces each cell that transduces a physical phenomena is specific. It's like one thing. It responds to one thing. And then our brain fills in the rest of that information. That's a science fact for you. So yeah. Also next, like, someone's got a little fessing up to do. So yeah. Hope you enjoyed that science fact. The freaking god dang it. The kind of freaking finger pointing. Oh man. But yeah. I hope you enjoyed that science fact, KZ Gameplays. So yeah. That was I don't know, it's like I find it amazing just sort of how, you know, wow, we're gonna get deep into philosophy already after I'm just being like at next like oh my god. I'm whenever I get serious, bro, I'm a stand-up. So yeah. Hold up. My pants over here. Wait, I'm not actually taking off my pants on stream. That's not what's actually happening. Why me? Nani kore? I don't know. I mean, someone's just looking like they really need to fess up, you know? Someone looks like they just really need to fess their sins. Anyway. And it so happens to be that they start with an N and end with an X. So you know. And they are a 3-letter name. But anyway. So yeah. Oh wait a second, also I just realized. There we go. No, I'm not! Wait a second. Oh my god. Anyway. You're What do you say, Nix? Man. I'm sorry, I'm bullying one of my viewers. one of my friendos. Oh man. So chat, how are you? How are you, chat? You doing well? You got good sleep? I'm running on 3 hours of sleep right now. Oh man. 다이저브 넥스 다이저브 Anyway. Yo, I'm feeling like slightly like I could just be, what is it, I guess like I don't know, I'm thinking about my exam that I have Monday. But yeah. Anyway. I just thought of something really fun, you know, like doing this. Oh man. But yeah. Oh man. But anyway. Man. Lol, that emote. I know, it reminds me of a certain duck. If that duck was here, she would also be doing that at me. Oh man. I know, right? It's quite great, honestly. I kind of also want to have eventually like animated emotes. Good. Head pay redeem win. Head pay redeem. Oh man. Head. Head pat. Well, if you want it, I'll get it in eventually. God. Oh, or a boop. I do have a bonk, but unfortunately the bonk isn't working right now at the moment, so you know. It do be what it is, you know. Anything. It's like almost about time for like dinner, so or breakfast for some people. So yeah, what do you guys like usually do for like dinner? What do you have? Cooking. Definitely giving me a bottom feels right now. Giving me a bottom feels right now. Why? Why Nix? Why? There we go. Look at that. I have like literal like sunlight just dousing on me. I don't know. It's just the way the lighting came across. Hold on a second. I have like this kind of Yup. There it is. Look at this. Angry mix. And then I turn that off. It's like dude JoJo pose. Oh my god, wait a second. So that's like what? Right, my favorite. I've been doing jambalaya a lot recently. Oh, what's jambalaya? Hello? Wait a second. Oh my god, I'm so cringe, dude. Anyway. Clip it. Don't clip it. No. Oh god. Hold on, wait a second. I need to look at what fucking jambalaya is. Excuse me. Oh man. Oh yo, dude, this looks like it's tasty. I don't normally eat shrimp. Well, I normally don't like shrimp, but oh man. But like, this looks hecka tasty. Hello? Man, dude. You know, I was asking another friend of mine some like Malaysian chicken recipes, and man, I wish I could make some. They look so good. Speaking of chicken, I so I got like I got chicken that I bought like 2 weeks ago, but the thing is that I left it in like the fridge instead of the freezer portion of the fridge for like what is it? For like 2 weeks. And I just haven't been eating it because I just went out to the cafeterias because I don't want to cook. And I opened it up like the day that I was thinking about cooking, which was like yesterday. I opened up the bag and I just smelled it like yeast like film could be seen in the bag, and I'm like, I've left it out too long. I've left it out in the fridge for too long, and I'm like, it's very much just moment. But yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like I don't know, nothing on my roommates, frankly, that much, but some part of me feels like I've adopted some bits of their habits, which is like, you know, being a bit lazy with chores and such, and I'm like, normally at home I'm the one like usually on top of chores and such. We have like a whole system at home where it's like, you need to help me cook or what? No, you need to help me like get my ass in shape. That's what I need help with. Oh, speaking of which, this was really funny. So on my Discord, right, I had like a message saying you are probably better off buying small refrigerated portions. I probably am. Normally I cook like almost every day. At least like last year when lockdown was happening and I was just in my like dorm area, I was just cooking every day. All my meals and such. And then just this year I'm just like, motivation, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, I don't want to cook, man. I have too much work I need to do. I'm procrastinating like all hell. And I don't have time to cook. Just don't have time to cook. I don't have any ideas. My creativity, gone. Poof. Vanished like in the wind. And I'm like, I might make Filipino sinigang this coming week. Ooh, sinigang. I don't remember what sinigang is. You know what's funny? I should send you guys some. I should send in a clip on my Instagram of when I played drums for Filipino independence for the Filipino Independence Day, I played drums to a song called The Hilsayo. And we had like this dance group called the Shini Gang. Because one of my cousins' name. So yeah. Your cafeteria meals are free or already paid for? They're like already paid for. They're a part of my tuition. So they're like already paid for. Yeah, they're already paid for. Because like they're a part of my tuition. And any meal plan that I get usually entails having, you know, a good hefty amount of meals that I can get every day. Like the least amount of meals that I can get is 150, and that's enough to sustain me for like basically all semester. Higher meal plans basically just say, hey, if I have a guest along with me, I can swipe in for them. And that's really that. Might as well eat there, to be honest. Yeah, I know, right? Are they good though? I personally think save your money to eat out. Yes, yeah, actually. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to cook. Frankly, I could have done that last year too. But the thing is that I wanted to learn how to cook. I want to learn how to cook, you know, a whole lot of dishes. Cause frankly, I really like creativity and I really like mastering things. So, you know, I figured why not gain the skill to cook? Cause that's really useful. I'm gonna have to eventually do it anyways when I'm living on my own. And it's nice. It can be fun. It can be really creative, like creatively expressive. And so I was like, sure, I'm gonna eat, and maybe someday I can make something from Food Wars and give someone octopus nightmares. But anyway, anyway, so wait a second. I was gonna look at Filipino sinigang. Oh, this. Yeah. Oh, Nix, these are so tasty. Mom makes these all the time. Well, no, Mom makes these a lot, especially when they're like parties. Have I guys told you that I made like ramen almost basically from scratch? It is fun since I live my own. Ooh, yes. Oh my god. Right. Have you got? What's some of the hardest dishes you guys made? Peanut butter and tentacles. Steve, you know. Steve, my guy, you know. So yeah. Speaking of anime, I really need to get back into watching some anime. Oh my god, dude. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. If anyone comes in, this. Chat being sus? Oh no, you didn't. Okay. You guys aren't. Awesome. Hold it. Sisig is diced pork belly. Yes. It's a bit fatty too, isn't it? Isn't sisig? Like a bit fatty too? Hold on, wait a second. What have you guys been talking about? Complete vegan dinner, croissants from scratch and bread from scratch. Oh my god, yeah. Thanksgiving dinner, yeah. I haven't actually tried making it yet, but it's called sisig in the Philippines, and I have a very small kitchen, and making sisig is a long process. Yeah, it is. No. Yeah, it's come a long way in the last 5 years. I don't mind eating vegan meals, honestly. They're very good in my opinion. Maybe Neff is more. What? No? No, I don't know what you're talking about. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Not at all. I don't know what you guys talking about. No way. No. They're wholesome. No, you have to boil the like that. Yeah, wait. You know, isn't sisig like, what is it? Like a tiny bit chewy? I know I've tasted it before. I know I've had it before because mom makes literally all the Filipino dishes. Literally the only one I know I can probably make like confidently is adobo, but like adobo is like really easy to make. I've yet to try make any like other than adobo. I've yet to try to make any other other Filipino dishes. Neff is a sussy ba. 全然なんか怪しいバカじゃねえ怪しいバカじゃねえバカだけど怪しくないよあ怪しくないよ The only sisig I can make is tuna since it's easier. Ooh. What makes tuna sisig easier? Oh, wait a second. I think I've had that too, actually. Oh, adobo, both chicken and pork is good. Yes! I mainly make the chicken one because my roommates literally buy me chicken. And, you know, they literally only buy me chicken. Sigao, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're dead ass wrong. You're not correct. No, you're just false. You're gaslighting me. No, I'm kidding. Oh my god. Walk away, everyone insane. Yeah. Yo, I'm so excited for karaoke, honestly. It's gonna be a good ass reward after like literally studying for my exams that I have Monday. Well, that's your opinion. Again. But yeah. So excited, yeah, no. You know, I'm pretty sure I did have tuna sisig before though. No, but yeah, your opinion is just wrong. I can respect everyone's opinion as long as you understand that it's also wrong. Oh my god, that's quoting a thing I saw earlier today. But yeah. Man. Oh guys, I finished the book. I finished the book earlier today. No, not today. Earlier this week. It's a really good book. Do I get a summer vacation? Fortunately, I do. And, that summer vacation is just gonna be filled with a lot of me hanging out with you guys. So yeah, maybe you'll get tired of me in like 2 months, but... with 2 months, but you know. Anyways, so I finished the book. It's called Ungifted: Intelligence Redefined. The truth about talent, practice, creativity, and the many paths to greatness. So, really fantastic book. Honestly, amazing. It was such a good book on intelligence, and all the other stuff too. But yeah, that's that. Was there anything you wanted to say before I get into it? Nice. What book did you finish? Yeah. It's called Ungifted: Intelligence Redefined, and it's a non-fiction book. It's an educational book. Me? Tired of you? Nah, maybe you'll get tired of me. What are you talking about? I can never get tired of you, Nix. I could never tired of Nix. Oh my god, you too. Freaking wonderful. Oh man. But yeah, no. So basically this book is all about sort of how modern day intelligence is viewed, but this one humanistic psychologist sort of thinks different after compiling a whole lot of research from things like passion to talent to practice to expertise, and he's like, you know what, screw the screw the previous definition of intelligence. Let's just say this: intelligence is how you can get from one goal, like from your initial state to your goal state, right? It will be filled with ana and yada yada. Or maybe I should have another one where it's like, where, you know, perhaps maybe I should have another like redeem that has something along the lines of oya oya. Now that is the male ara ara. I just finished my Bridgerton book. Yo, let's freaking go next. Yeah. You know, what kind of book was it? Yeah. Oh my god. Eco dane? I mean, if you want me to say that, you gotta, you know, if you want me to say that in a specific way, you gotta redeem that voice acting, you know? Oh my god. Jeez. I feel like I have deviated from my original purpose here. Oh, okay. So see, I'm not going to lie, I've been thinking a lot about the goal mindset, and I'm not sure if that's the way I want to live my life. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have like a lot of different topics going on. So I think, let's see. Yeah. So like, what do you exactly mean by goal mindset, Steve? Because like that could be 18th century love story. Oh, okay. Ooh. Fancy. But yeah. Yeah, so like, what do you mean by like, goal mindset, Steve? やべ。あ、目が。Okay. I don't know why I'm wearing this. It's literally something I figured I'd just do. Oh man. Anyways. Oh boy. In any case, yeah, what do you exactly mean by like goal mindset? Because I don't know. The idea of, hey, this is what I want to accomplish, and that is like something that is necessary. Yeah. And you're not sure if being like, hey, what is it? If I'm getting at it, that's something you're like, hey, I'm not sure if this is sort of like, you know, having this kind of drive to get the things that you want that you're not sure about, or like, yeah, like what are you not sure about living your life in such a way that it's like that it differs from the goal mindset in this case. I have no idea what's happening. Oh wait a second. Yeah, no. Okay. And I had to check something real quick. I can't hear my own music for some odd reason, so I'm like having to put my stream up on another device and just be like, okay, let me take a listen there. I don't know. Like, I think, 27, I feel like as long as I'm treating you well and packing things with empathy, it is better than setting up the idea of, hey, this year I want to be X or Y. Yeah. Actually, you know, that's... It's interesting that you brought that up, honestly, because I've been sort of, in a sense, like revisiting my roots of like what gets me motivated and why I started doing things in the first place. There's this guy called Simon Sinek that I like. I don't feel like I have many moments where I'm like, I want something. Yeah, no. I'll get to that. I'll respond to that in a little bit. There's like this guy called Simon Sinek who is basically like a spokesperson about leadership in sort of, in a sense, the science of leadership. But really, he's just more so like a person who offers sort of like a mental model for how to think about your motivation, essentially. And so I was like listening to some of his stuff today while I was just off stream, and some of his stuff that he talks about is about sort of being someone who's selfless. And like someone who is to treat people with empathy, with kindness, to do little risk, right? What he calls little risk. So a little risk can be something as small as whether or not your person remembers the person, a stranger on the street who you help out. Let me paint you a picture. You're sort of walking on the street, like in the streets, and you're talking with your friend, and one guy happens to just drop a lot of his papers, and it's all scattered over the place. And so you and your friend sort of help the guy up. Simon Sinek. And you and your friend help the guy up with his papers. And he goes like, thank you. He goes like, thank you. And you say, hey, no problem. Just, your bag is open. You drop your papers and figured just help out. And the guy's like, okay, he goes off. The risk there is that whether or not this guy remembers you, essentially. More than likely, like, that's such a small risk. Like, the amount of value that question has in terms of survival for your life is like 0 to none. Who cares if that guy remembers you or not? What impacts your survival more now is whether or not, like, a car hits you when you're in the streets, or whether or not you die from hunger. But that's sort of like the long-term play, dedicating some extra time, dedicating some extra effort and energy into people who reciprocate it back to you, who reciprocate that energy and the effort that you invest in them. If they reciprocate it back to you, it's this sort of synergy of giving with one another with no expectation in return, just genuine honesty and care and time and effort that you contribute to another human being, right? That is sort of like a reason to do things, and it's a culture we should strive to make, especially for our corporate environments, because we offer health benefits for them just by being like that, and just by offering that kind of environment where where you're authentic with your coworkers and such, and you offer them empathy, you try to help them grow as a person. And so that's like a good way to sort of source and fuel this thing called your why. So yeah, I'm just gonna close that because I need to think. But yeah, but that's sort of his the basis of his mental model. His mental model that he has is called the golden circle, in which it's essentially like this thing here. And it's essentially like that's supposed to say why. That's really bad. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Really well said. I'll be sure to check it out. Yeah. But essentially, sort of like, this is sort of the reason why you do things. Well, that's obvious, right? Like, it's why. And usually it's about sort of the impact that you want to leave on the world. This is talking about the how is basically how you're different, right? What makes you special, and the what is basically anything else. What you do as a job and such. And he sort of goes like, you need to start from here to go, and then go out. People who will authentically be loyal to you, who will be genuine to you, will follow you for this. Like the people and the customers who go after certain products constantly again and again are usually always because of this. The why. So companies that tend to be successful, I mean, that's the... When you first watch stuff like this, it's always with this mindset of like, what problem in my life can I solve if I watch this video, right? And I like to take from Dr. K and be like, I think that's not the exact way you should look at it. I think the context is something you should do after you've had some internal observations of yourself. And I think what Simon has here is a perfect model for that. You know, ask yourself why and what are you doing? Like, how are you going about and checking out your life? You know, and to also sort of be aware of sometimes some things that your mind does. But yeah, I don't know if I'm explaining all that clearly, but yeah, I think that's a good mental model that one should take if you're feeling sort of like demotivated. Which, I mean, honestly, I was kind of feeling like that. Well, in any case, though, I just remembered the point of all this was that I was listening to his stuff earlier today, and sort of I was reminded that, you know, with sort of the direction that I've been feeling like I've been going in, thinking about sort of myself and how I'm gonna live out in the world, that sometimes that what really gets me like out of bed and really enjoying life, what makes me feel like I can go outside, look at nature and smile, is the knowing that, you know, when I hold the door open for someone and they say like thank you, that in a sense I've contributed to a positive world in some small insignificant way, that when done over and again throughout my life, it will amount to something, be it whatever, you know. And so I can see sort of the discarding of like a goal mindset, you know, that why go after being X, Y, and Z when you can be what you are, and as long as you're being like some sort of pro-social force for society, things will turn out fine. And I think, you know, that connects a lot of themes that I observe and pick out and sense amongst sort of like the top 3 people that I tend to have inspirations from. So Jordan B. Peterson is one of them. Dr. K is definitely one of them. Simon Sinek is one of them. I've known Simon Sinek since basically middle school and high school. And he is the one that taught me through his videos about, you know, having healthy corporate environments, but also sort of learning in an implicit way, honestly, the skills that psychologists such as Jordan B. Peterson and Dr. K teach. Dr. K teaches what Jordan B. Peterson implicitly is saying. Like, Jordan B. Peterson says stuff that are very like story oriented and very exemplatory, while still being based in healthy psychology, because he's a clinical psychologist. Dr. K is a psychiatrist. So Dr. K explicitly lists out the process of what it takes to be psychologically healthy. Jordan B. Peterson relays the stories of what it's like to be the stories of how to be psychologically healthy. Simon Sinek offers sort of like a business lingo way of that same thing. They all do that. And so yeah. They all basically say the same thing, which is like, you know, love people. Like love people. You know, try and make sure you sustain your health and worship things that are like, I guess, in a sense, culturally and appropriately divine. Whatever divine means. That's something else, but yeah, anyway. Yeah. I don't know. That was that's a whole lot of other things. It's funny how like I can like get to like really deep topics, but then sorry, I really got you off topic, I think. No. I just I don't know, I like stuff like that. I don't know. I hope I didn't like just scare off. What do you guys think about that? I don't know. I just said a lot of names that a lot of people just don't know about, because I don't bet that people actively search those people out. I'm just a weird person that like needs motivation. Anyway, so yeah. I mean, no, the whole point of like me saying all of that is basically that like it's understandable that, you know, you would discard something like goals, because goals are a helpful way of knowing the general direction your life should go, right? And that's something Dr. Case said, and I think that's something that is true. So yeah, I think that's something that's applicably true, and something that's like, you know, kind of like life fulfilling. Be nice to people, be empathetic with them, offer time, like offer, you know, your social support, and karma will happen. You know, things will happen. Don't know what kind of things will happen, but things will happen, and some of them will be really, really good, some of them will be really shitty, and some of them will be neutral, but things will happen. You just gotta have faith in that, in a sense. There's too many things to think about all at once. But yeah. Oh man. So I know. Yeah, what do you think about that? I feel like I just said like a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo. Because honestly, my mind was like floating. My mind has been floating, honestly. But yeah. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, what do you think about that? Steve? Does that like resonate? Oh my god. I agree, the end you kind of was like, things will happen good or bad, and I was like, okay, well either way it's bound to happen. Yeah, no. Uh-oh. Yeah, next, uh-oh. Yeah, next. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I definitely have to spend more time thinking about things in life. Yeah, it's something that sort of just comes with like time to think about and reflect on. I just spend like a whole lot of time alone, so I'm like, so I just like, you know, my mind like generally likes to think about stuff like this, sort of like the meta of life and such. So yeah, ごめんなさい. But yeah. Wait a second. Actually, hold up. Wait a second. Actually, no, you're not Gomena, sorry. Oh my god. I see. Man. Anyway, god. Dude, I'm feeling like a little bit unhinged, not gonna lie. It might be because I have 3 hours of sleep. That might be the case. You know, I have a sneaking suspicion that the reason why I'm just so unhinged today is most likely because I have 3 hours of sleep. Oh man. You can auto your way out of this? I'd like to see you try. Oh, yo! Hi! You didn't see that! Hello, Ryo! Thank you for the hydrate! Hi, Ryo! How are you, buddy? How's it going? You didn't see it. You didn't see anything. No one hinged here. Oh man. Guys, go check out Ryo. He's a part of Necro Tea House. No, I hope you're doing well. I am doing quite fine. I'm just really low on sleep, and I'm a bit. Wait, holy shit! No! Wait a second. I accidentally shouted out the wrong person. Wait a second. Sorry, Ryo. I'm just low on sleep. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. How are you? How are you, Ryo? Hope you're doing fine, man. Late night stream, you know, was a late night stream pretty. Dude, late night stream was so wholesome. Aranix, I see. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Look, okay, look, just look. Understand, man. Just understand. Wait, look, just. Gotta understand, dude. Anyway, so yeah. Oh my god. You've been bullied, yo. No. Oh, I know. Oh my god. No, I would never. The close up, by the way. Yeah. You like it? I don't know. It's something I've been experimenting with. Oh man. I thought having that would be really fun. Oh, who dares bullies you? No one, yo, no one. Nyx has been treated with a whole bunch of love and respect. You see, you gotta understand. You gotta... Don't... No, Nyx is lying. Nyx is lying. Okay, look, Nyx is lying. Okay, look, yo, you gotta understand, man. You gotta understand. Oh man. Anyways. Yo, now that you're here, let me sing you the song of my people. Wait. Yo. You have to understand. Sadness is actually gaslighting you. No, I'm kidding. Oh my. So how are you doing? What time is it over there? Actually, when I think about it, what time is it in your area? Bro. Oh wait a second, holy crap, wait, I just realized. What the Right now it's nearly 10 a.m. Hey yo, that's a pretty good music. Your music is still on. Yeah, I just realized that, Steve. Thank you for letting me know. And oh, so wait, meaning you probably had breakfast then. What'd you have for breakfast, buddy? Next, I love you. Hahaha. Wonderful major chord to land on. I still haven't got out of bed yet. Oh my god, dude. I mean, you know, we have one of those days. Like, it's a Sunday there, right? Wait. Hope you enjoy this early morning jazz. Would not lie to windows, especially in my confession redeems. Sunday's a definitely comfy day. Love to hear it, my guy. As we all should. All should, meaning, you know, I also should have comfy days, but every day is a work day for me, because I literally do not have non-stop work. I feel like I have to work on everything every single time at every single waking moment, and it's pain. I come into the stream to pretty good beats. Hello, Nika! Nika! Hello! Oh my god. It is Nika, the one and only Nika. The wonderful, wonderful Nika. Oh my god. So yeah. Oh. Yeah. Guys, go check out Nika actually. Hold up. Just, you know, whenever she starts streaming again, don't worry, Nika, I understand. Thesis is hard. I feel ya. I'm also suffering thesis as well. But let me shout you out, Nika. Nika Knight. Funny thing, I'm about to go back to sleep again. Oh my god, Nika. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. Probably been working a whole bunch, so you gotta get some sleep. But yeah, no. Go to guys, check out Nika Knight. She occasionally streams whenever she can, because thesis and college stuff is rough. But she is great and wonderful. Oh no. Yeah, I had to get up early again today. No. Oh yeah, probably for like, what was it? You said like church things, right? Hmm. You know, you said it was for like for church things. Was it not? I'm pretty sure you. I'm pretty sure it was. Rip. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, church feels sad, man. Pain, peckle, major pain, peckle. Ganbare. So ganbare, 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 nika. Ganbare, ganbare, nika. Good. Yeah. Anyway, ganbare, ganbare, nika. You got it. But now I shall vibe and sleep in a bit. Heck yeah. Love having you here. You know, I'm just kind of messing about, honestly, on guitar, because I have not played in a little bit. And so, you know, I'm just kind of like, let me sing you the song of my people. This time it's not going to be about Nick's gaslighting deal. But yeah. What is it? Oh, wait a second. I need to pull it up my laptop real quick. Yeah, no. Well, I hope your sleep was good. You know, I hope it was, you know, continuous and wonderful. I hope you feel energized. Well, if you're feeling like you want to go back to sleep, then I figure it probably wasn't exactly that energizing. But oh gosh. Oh, ah. Oh. Oh, fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. Oh gosh, okay. And in other words, please, oh please be true. Oh, in other words, I love you. Wait, I made a minute. I thought the karaoke stream was on April 24th. Well, Nika, you see, it is. But this isn't karaoke. This is me jamming out. So yeah, the karaoke stream is still happening on the 24th. And for those on my side of the world, that would be on the 23rd still. Because I have to consider the fact that people on the other side of the world are basically like a day ahead. But with that being said, in the meantime, fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. Yeah, you are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, yeah, please be true. In other words, yeah, in other words, and I love you. Yeah, we're ahead and time zones are weird. Time zones are weird. Time itself as a concept is so weird, even amongst physicists. Next thing you know, I start babbling about freaking time dilation, Einstein's general theory of relativity. Theory of general relativity. Freaking light years ago. Oh man, but yeah. So anyway, how was that? Time zones are funky dory, my guy. Good performance. Thank you. I kind of wish it was better. I just need more practice. Well, I need more reflection and more practice with guitar, but you know. It do be how it do be do. Man. I'm glad it was a good performance. Yeah. Also, from your brain cell, from your one brain cell, isn't light years a measure of distance? Both. 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 In my eyes, both. Oh man. Apparently my PC is just ever so dying right now. Something is like using its everything, and I'm like, besides OBS, something else is using its everything, and I'm like, PowerPoint presentation. Guys, welcome to my PowerPoint presentation. I hope you all are going to get ready on the reason why my VTuber friends are all great. I have a few points to make with that, in regards to that. One, point number one, VTubers are great. That's one reason why my VTuber friends are great. Two, VTubers are, again, great. That's another reason why that VTubers are really good. And why you should have a VTuber friend. Another reason why you should have a VTuber friend. I spelled that wrong. VTuber friends are realsome. And that is my presentation on why you should have a VTuber friend. Oh my god. Wait. We'll almost press the button What button? What button next? Wait, actually, Nev, do you know Professor Lando? I don't know Professor Lando, actually. Who is he? We'll see later when I reach the amount of points. Oh my god. Ah, Nika. No, not Nika. Nix. You really want that redeem, huh? You really want that redeem next, don't you? Just really want it, huh? Just really want it. Anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna put the music back on. Okay. Check him on YouTube. Okay, let's do it. Wait a second. Let me check him on YouTube right now. Hold up. But first... Wait a second. No! Wait a second! Nika? Nika? Are you about to do what I think you're about to do? Nika? Nika, no! Nika, bad! Nika, no! Bad! I swear to God, Nika, if this is what I think it is... Oh, okay, no, never mind. Sorry, my bad. My mind went to something else. Never mind. Oh my god, what the... What is this? Oh my god, that zoomed. Oh my god. You like it? Maybe enough. Okay, I gotta be honest. Nika, when you... I first saw the name, and I thought nothing happened. Okay, so I first saw the name, and I thought it wasn't gonna be bad, honestly. And then my mind switched to something bad, and I was like, oh no. Oh no, did I just get bamboozled? And then I was like, no, I did not. So good. You know what I typed in? Nika, you wanna know what I typed in? Chat, you wanna know what I typed in? Oh god, Nika. Chat. I can't believe. I just... Chat. Nika, I just... can't believe you would do this. I just can't believe you would do this, man. I just don't... Yare. I don't know. I'm feeling fricka unhinged right now, so you know. I don't. This is. I blame the 3 hours of sleep. Oh my god, that yada was kind of scuffed. Not gonna lie. Neff, why are you making things sus for yourself? I am not. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, Nika. No idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're freaking talking about. I think you're just gaslighting me. You know, that's just what I think. And you know what happens when you gaslight people? Especially when it's from Nyx. Yada yada. Oh god. You want me to do it? You want me to do yada yada? What the ara ara? Okay. Oh god, okay. So wait, you said okay, okay. Yada yada. あとそれもあらあら。死ぬ死にたい Oh my god. Okay, I'm going away now. That was way too much for me. I'm just I'm just gonna I'm just gonna go here. Oh my bro, I can't go on. Oh, oh my god. Oh. I'm just I never existed. Goodbye. ああ、恥ずかしい。恥ずかしい。めっちゃ恥ずかしい。超恥ずかしいよ。Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. On second thought, that redeem might have been a mistake. On second thought, that redeem might have been a mistake. Oh no. Oh my god. Anyway. Oh no. Oh man. Dermek was setting it too low. Never mind, delete this. No. Oh my god. Oh god. Wait a second. I'm gonna actually view this on stream real quick. Hold up. Wait a second. Oh boy. Let's view this on stream. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so stream's gonna suffer really quickly. I'm gonna turn into a PowerPoint presentation real quick. Next, perhaps we can negotiate something here. Nix, you don't say we can negotiate something here. Oh god. Oh my. I'm scared to listen to my own thing. Oh my god, dude. Wait a second. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so freaking laggy, dude. What in the world? Oh my goodness, never mind. Yeah, my stream's probably really dying at the moment. Your mission is complete, thus you shall sleep. Alright, Nika. Have a good rest. Nika. Oh my god. Anyway, that was that. I realized that I did not have any music on during that. Oh my god. You're welcome. Oh god. Oh no. Oh my god. Nix why? Nix why? Nix why? Why? Oh my god, it's like, honestly when I do this, I like think of like calling Gianni. Gianni! Gianni! You don't understand, Gianni! Good. Oh man. Okay. Shimaru. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, have a good rest, Nico. You got, and good luck with your church duties. Hope they go well. We hope you go fine. But yeah. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Nix. Oh man. Okay. So, yeah. I think perhaps in a little bit here I'll probably go to like... So at around like 9 p.m. EST, which would be 9 a.m. for other people, I'm planning on grabbing my roommate and some friends in here, and we will just sort of like all talk about like, what is it? Yeah, we'll talk about, sort of like ethics of biotechnology and such. Yeah. You're staring at me right now, too bad. Oh my god. Oh boy. Well, oh my goodness. Yeah, no. No, I'm not. I wasn't staring at you. I was thinking with thoughts in the distance. See them coming closer with force of ages, centuries combined. Protectors of the night, defenders wanna fight. Dino Rangers roar, Power Rangers score. God. Anyway, save us from these evil forces. Oh my god, my childhood is like relaying me back. He's like relaying me to those times of being a kid. And like, just, you know, watching Power Rangers. Yo, I got the Power Rangers for the GameCube. And that was like, I remember one of the enemies scaring me so badly. Cause they were just, like, I was in a lava area and I just encountered them for the first time, and they were like spinning starfish ninja stars that had the scariest sound, with like reverb and chorus and delay on, and I was like my like 8-year-old self when like playing the GameCube was just like, what's that? Oh man. And so scary like monster. But surprisingly, honestly, what is it? For a kid, Power Rangers Dino Thunder was like surprisingly a hard game. Like, oh my god, it's like, bruh, yo, like, apparently, there's like challenges you would do to try and get like other Zords, and that was like, wait a second, let me bring it over real quick. Dino Fury, oh my god. Do you guys know Power Rangers? I don't think so. But... Sorry, I am distracted from the clip. I hope you enjoy next. I hope you enjoy. Cause that ain't happening until next time, but yeah, so anyway, this is like Power Rangers Dino Thunder, and like that was like my childhood. And yeah, that was a really fun game. I love that game. Monsters. What was it? Not that one. I hope you enjoy that clip next. That was really embarrassing. That was quite embarrassing, but it's okay. Like, it's okay. I wouldn't put it up here if I couldn't handle it anyway, so yeah. But yeah, oh my god. Oh man. It's $10 now. What? Someone's selling the same game, Power Rangers Dino Thunder, for $66 on eBay. Man, I miss Power Rangers. Power Rangers is so fun, dude. I remember so much wanting to be like them. You know, with their oh man. Oh man, and like their whole like flip deal, their whole flip ordeal and such. Oh my god, that was such a fun time, dude. I used to have those like watches from Power Rangers. Yes, Nix. Oh my god, I love those watches. I don't remember specifically having one, but I remember always being over to like other like, what is it? Family friends' houses and seeing their kids have one, and I was like, oh my god. You can probably get it, Forbidden Word. Yeah. I probably can. Actually, no, I can, but for legal purposes, I probably can. Not gonna say how, not gonna say in what methods, but there are ways. But yeah. Anything that should be bought should be bought. But yeah. But yeah. Oh my god. What watch from the Power Rangers did you get next? Oh my god. Always wanted one, but I could never have one. I never had one. What I did have though was a mask, and god did I love that mask. Well, I say god that I love that mask. I'm saying god I love that mask now, because I wish I still had it. Because that would have been a really fun memory to go on. To like, reminisce upon. Oh my goodness. I was like the only girl in the neighborhood, and all my friends were boys, and of course I was pink, ranger, or yellow. Yeah, the pink or yellow ones, the ones that are... What Power Rangers did you see? Did you see like Mighty Morphin, like the original one, or like the other ones? Oh man. What Power Rangers did everyone see actually? Did everyone watch mainly? Yellow Ranger! Oh man. Oh my god. Red Ranger! God. Oh my god. Such a fun and cringy time. Awesome. That was my roommate. So, we're getting that stuff planned. Setting it in motion. So, that means I gotta set up some stream info stuff. I'm not gonna update it now, but definitely gotta prepare for it. But yeah. I think it was Dino Thunder. I forgot. It's so good. Yeah. Dino Thunder was a joy, honestly. Oh my god, was it a joy. I love that one. So wait a second. That shouldn't be first. Instead, what should be first is... What is it? I also like the Samurai Power Rangers. Yes! I haven't watched them as much. The only, like, samurai-ish Power Rangers that I watched or remember being really fond of was Ninja Storm. Oh my god. I love that one. Hold up. Eventually, I gotta get this to be... What's up? Oh, hold up. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah. Hold up. Yeah, yo, Ninja Storm is cool too. Yeah, I love Ninja Storm too. Oh man. Just talking about Power Rangers. What? Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, hey
Yeah. So guys, this is my roommate.
Howdy.
Oh man. Hold up. Let me sort of change that real quick. I'm keeping this part on the secret ends. So yeah. I guess we call this discussion?
Who all is on?
Peeps. Peeps that I know. Good.
How many? Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a lot.
Hold up. Dang it. Oh well. Oh man. What is it? Will it be super cringe if I do the redeem with your roommate there? I prefer if you did not do that. Oh man. You don't need to worry about it. No, but like, I have redeems on redeems where like say some things, and apparently they they like it. This one friend of mine here. Oh man. But yeah. So yeah. Lamel. Yeah, no. Oh man. I mean, feel free to redeem it if you want. I just have to take note of it, and then I'll probably do it at the end. Oh man. Hello, hello.
Wait.
Yeah. Hold up. Alrighty. Yeah, no. They're like here 30 minutes early than I expected, which is epic. It's all good. We can all just have like a little chat. Maybe try and set up.
Squarespace has everything you need to sell anything.
Like feel heavy stuff.
Right. So in this case, let me set up actually. So we need to set up.
I did
It's
not
not.
know you were already streaming. I thought we could have like a
Yeah,
game
I
discussion.
Nah, no.
But hey, I'm not. You play?
Heck yeah.
Extra 30 minutes. You might need it.
Yeah. We got like a little warm up. Little.
No one else.
I also need like a
Yeah. Warm up on the rain.
my sleep out. Maximum limit. Oh wow. Hold up. Oh boy. Okay, so guys, feel free to take a chair and get a chair from the areas. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Flip the chair.
Heck yeah. This one's kitchen, yeah. So yeah, this is exciting, guys. I think it's gonna be really cool. I don't know how I'm gonna set up the mic to like have the audio best here. So you guys help me out with the audio, and hopefully we can have a good discussion. Of which I need a drink of water. But yeah, I figured maybe we can have like an introduction. From my peeps and friendos. But yeah. Oh, I'll do that. Alrighty. Okay. Multifunction. Good. Okay. It might be a bit hard to have everyone.
We can spread it. We can move it this way.
What?
We can twist it over this way so you can arrow in there. The camera and the just like move everything.
Switch to a soft. I got you. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me turn the music down and switch to a lot.
Swivel.
Soft lo-fi.
Gotta get some
Of
swivel.
which
Gotta get swifty.
swivel.
Get swifty.
Swifty Vippy. God. Okay. Give me a second. I need to look up.
Gotta get swifty.
Swifty. Okay. Oh wow. That
Alright,
seems
I
like.
think I'm in the frame.
we are in the frame.
same.
So let's see. Let's get chat up here. Directly covering my friend's face.
Yes.
Oh man. So it is. Or
Sorry,
rather,
I'm just tall, you know.
it's all good.
Yeah, I'm above the chat. There we go.
Actually, no.
I'm gonna assert my dominance.
Right? What do you mean? I should look at the frame here.
You're standing up. I'm sitting on a chair. You can't brag that you're taller than me. It's like, fine, I'll go out of frame. There we go.
Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, so let's see. I'm about to be freaking dominated. Yeah.
How many hours? Oh,
Fair enough.
I figure so maybe you guys sort of to have like a little bit of an idea of like what's the perspectives we're taking here.
sure.
You guys can probably say what you guys are mainly
Study.
what you mainly study, and also sort of your I guess relations to philosophical topics and such. Yeah.
Yeah. It's your stream.
So let's see.
Asserting dominance.
You want to kick this off?
A little bit here. I need to switch up the music so that way it's something a bit more comfy, and also
Make it as uncomfortable as possible.
I swear to God if you do. I swear to God if you do.
That can be
That is
arranged.
my
That can be
speciality.
arranged. Okay. I have to grab chat by the face
I
real
like
quick.
that I'm like framed
Yeah.
by this neon
Yeah.
string of lights. It's like you two are in the conversation.
Oh wow.
I'm
Look
like,
at that. Lovely.
I feel very excluded by this string of lights all of a sudden.
All
No,
of a sudden.
it's fine. It's
It's
fine.
like, oh god. Okay.
You know, I'm just
Yeah.
on the. You know, I'm on the left, but I'm actually on the right side.
Right. It's
Yeah,
like it's
yeah.
like kind of.
I'm on the right
From our
side of the
perspective,
conversation.
I am actually on the right. So
You're
Yes.
actually on the right. Oh boy. Okay. So,
You're lying to your
Um,
entire audience. This is not the right direction. It's completely flipped.
it's mirrored.
I know.
They're in the mirror dimension.
We are.
So yeah. All right. So I'll go first real quick, just to sort of have everything off here. Start off everything. So people know me. My chat knows me as sort of the Science Nephilim. I am a Bachelor's of Arts Biochemistry major, currently in my second semester, my third year of study, and I mainly think I've had like this moral dilemma in the sense of like sort of thinking about the distribution of like genetic engineering tools and kits that's being developed nowadays as we explore further in the research of biotechnology, and whether or not that's something like we should do, whether or not we should regulate that. Well, of course we should regulate that, I feel like. However, it's sort of like the methods and sort of trying to find the balance between educating and regulation of such technology. So that's something I've had, and I've talked about it with these guys, and I got their inputs about it. I think it'd be a really cool discussion to have with more people and more perspectives. So yeah, in this case, off my roommate.
Hello, everyone. I am a history and poli-sci major with a double minor in music and math. And I also agree that there's a bit of an ethical dilemma when it comes to understanding how to regulate the medical industry and the research industry when it comes to science specifically. There could be many problems, and there can also be many unforeseeable things that can technically be warned about, but unlikely, but still could happen, and it's something that we should analyze carefully. So I'll pass it off to our honorary remember.
Yeah.
I'm very honored. My name is
Yeah.
Carol Britt. I'm a neuroscience major here at Maryland College. I have a philosophy minor. I'm
I didn't
studying.
know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'm studying a couple of the psychological, philosophical applications, technology. I recently wrote a test about that ended up in this paper. So I'm fairly interested in these topics: technology, progress, how we handle these ethically. But my main body of work is adaptive neuropsychological systems, how they can have maladaptive interaction with things like technology and modern environment. So that's what I'm really interested in, the philosophical side of that as well as the psychological side. That's what I do.
Yeah, especially nowadays where there is research nowadays going into like things with technology and it being
It's
maladaptive.
very exciting. It's
Yeah.
an incredible time to be involved in those.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so basically, I think what I should start off with, hopefully the right foot, is sort of how I even like got to this topic in the first place. So basically, one day, I was just thinking about many things as per usual. But in this case, I got from my advisor during my studying the senior thesis, it basically that one guy had sort of developed CRISPR kits that are distributable amongst the public, and I imagine that the guy, when he first, made the kits, it's mainly for research purposes and education purposes. However, it kind of bugs me the fact that people can go online to websites and order a kit for some several $100s, and I'm like, that's like kind of available to anyone if it's online. And for those who don't know what CRISPR is, so CRISPR is essentially a genetic engineering tool. You have a protein and you supply it a genetic material sequence that you make in the lab, and that protein finds the sequence that you made in the cell that you put it in, and it cuts that sequence out, the one that you made and the one that the protein sequence, genetic material sequence finds, and the protein cuts it out. And so it's basically like a scissors, and there's like many versions of CRISPR, but that's essentially the basic idea of CRISPR, is that it's that.
Alright. That's the technology.
Yes.
So with one of these kits, what's the most dangerous thing you can see someone able to achieve with one of these kits and the right know?
So the right know-how, that requires, we actually get into the first bit of regulation actually. So, which is really deep in. So with the right know-how, that actually gets into ideas of biosafety. So my particular view, where my mind is skewing me towards, is engineering of viruses.
You could do that with one of the kits with correct know.
You can do that with frankly, like farming them and like cross sort of breeding strains if you have the right lab and right environments. But if you have the right, that stuff is really hard. Realistically, right now, it's hard to do that, and it's gonna be under it's gonna be under like heavy regulation, because
they kind of know how to do so. It requires just other steps. A kit in and of itself isn't going to get fine.
no.
Oh,
Well,
you're gonna need different equipment. You need other.
So I'll ask you this: what's the main dilemma here?
so it's mainly sort of like the main dilemma is mainly sort of like, you can have very like little amounts of people, but it's like sometimes the few screams the loudest sometimes, sort of idea.
Wait,
No, I don't follow. I think I know where you're going, but
that's a great.
elaborate.
You're right about that general idea.
Yeah,
You know, the loud minority.
yeah,
It's a good sociological principle.
yeah, no.
But what are you applying it to, right?
What am I applying it to?
Yeah.
So it's mainly something like, and this is hypothetical, I don't
Sure.
doubt that it's very much realistically and statistically very low, because I doubt they would even have interest in it, but who knows, the possibilities out there. But it's mainly more about,
Possibility of what?
I'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah. So people can get together, and whether or not, in this case, this is a bit more realistic, whether or not they have the best intentions of educating the public in genetic engineering, given that they don't have, given that maybe even they do have the right know-how.
I feel like you're worried about terrorists.
I mean, that could be part of it.
Yeah, that's a thought.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't want to give terrorists the ability to manufacture fires by giving them tools that direct alter the genome of organisms. Right? If I have it right, that's pretty much what CRISPR is. Take some genomic sequence, right, and cut the genomic sequence out of a strand of DNA, put a different in there with a kit.
And sometimes you can have natural cellular processes just anneal together, and what you have is just a cutout gene that is something you can also have too. On the other hand,
Move something.
yeah,
Could you put something in?
you can put something in
Okay.
too. There's something called knock-in as well. So what I just described as knock-out process, knock-in is also another thing you can have too. And so, yeah,
These are terrifying powerful. In the hands of people who know how to use them. So there's an obvious dilemma here, which is, should the sale of these kits or the use of these kits be regulated? What's your take?
I mean, I think the dilemma here, right, is sort of having spread of education, right, of these tools is, well, it's great. It allows for, one, more manpower behind the research institutes to, you know, one, garner interest, but also to get more people like interested in exploring this stuff further. And it has great potential power for medical use, for example. medical use, making proteins. So, for example, my medicine that I'm on is basically stuff that uses proteins to fight against my immune system or suppress it because it attacks my skin. And so, you know, you have more people behind that, you get more research behind that, and a lot of other things, including maybe cancer and such, could be addressed.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because more of these kids out there obviously means more education around them.
Mm-hmm.
More people can use them for educational purposes, and then there will be more people interested in research, more people with the know-how to be involved in labs doing this kind of work large scale, developing medication. The one helping you, I also think that's a great thing. So there are definitely two sides to the dilemma.
And so the other side to it is sort of the fact that not all people have the best intentions. And that's when that whole minority can scream the loudest. And in this case, in terms of the effects that they can cause, especially if they're not, especially if
Consequences
they,
are high, the probability.
yes, but never zero.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, okay, so when we're talking about the probability being low, we also have to talk about what's the minimum, what's the maximum impact reasonable from one event, right? So someone does something dangerous to one of these kids, how crazy can it get? Which was my original question. Like, what's the most dangerous thing that someone can do with a kid like that? It seems that you could do some fairly dangerous, correct? Know-how and bad.
Think COVID.
Okay, well then I don't think we should give this kid to people. And the reason why I say that is, let's say you give out 1 million kits, right? And the probability of someone, of one of those people, you know, using it with bad intentions, like 1 in 100,000. Let's be very generous about people's morals here. And curiosity could be doing that, not malevolence. Ignorance could be doing that. Someone could get very unlucky and make a virus more dangerous. Things like that can happen. Basically, if you give out 1 million of these kits to people who kind of know how to use them, and the worst that can happen is a highly infectious disease that starts a pandemic, then we don't want that. We don't want that, because just by virtue of the numbers, something's gonna happen.
The thing is, though, is we already have thousands, uncounted number of different man-made viruses, or I should say, engineered already, pre-existing viruses of variants, because COVID is a variant of something that's already SARS. We still have lots of it, and we need to. There's, complete opposite side of things. We need to, as a species, explore these things and create other variants in order to understand it better. It's a part of the process, and sometimes it's okay. Now, that's a matter of it being in the right hands, and I'm not sure it's appropriate to say that it wasn't in the right hands in China. It's that it happens, and it could happen, of having a spill, a leak, so to speak. And I think that's what happened in China. I don't think it was intentional. What gain could the Chinese government possibly have?
Right, well, I did mention both ignorance
Yes, you did.
and
incompetence. And I agree.
I should have added incompetence to that list. So I think that is what happened. I agree with you that it wasn't intentional. Let me give you a bit of a timeline here for the whole Wuhan lab leak thing, which is now the kind of accepted theory of what happened with COVID.
Amongst most circles,
in 2014, the National Institute of Health they put a moratorium on gain of function.
Yes, it's true.
And then on 19th of December 2017, they lifted that moratorium under the guidance of Dr. Fauci, essentially the research head for the NIH on infectious disease. Funds all that research. He decides where the funding goes for infectious diseases, including coronaviruses. And then the NIH, after they lifted that moratorium, funded the research in Wuhan that was being done on gain of function of that coronavirus. And then the leak happened. So now that's not saying that it's intentional, but it is saying that's really stupid. So, and Wuhan lab failed a CDC lab safety review.
A guideline.
I think it was in 2016. And the CDC gave them 9 months to fix that. They went back and checked, and they hadn't fixed that, but they can still do this research, which I think is also negligent part of the CDC. So there's negligence that can happen. There's ignorance. I don't know whether it was ignorance or negligence that played a part in coronavirus. Probably a bit of both. But in what you were saying about the fact that we need these kids, we need to explore in this space, we need to create these things or learn more about them. I think we can say, I think I agree with you, but not yet. Cannot do this yet. The reason why is we don't know enough about the viruses that do exist to be making more. There's a lot we don't understand. Think about it like this. Think about these three situations. It's an analogy I love to use. You've heard this before. Let's say you have a plank that's floating on the ocean. You have 100 rats and you put them on them. Well, because rats don't know about center of gravity and everything, they're all going to walk randomly and the plank is not going to sink. You take 100 lay people and you put them on the plank, they're going to panic because they know about center of gravity. They know a thing or two about physics, and they know that if they don't balance out this plank, they're all going to sink and die. So, but they're all going to either run to one side or run to the middle of the plank or run to the edges, and the whole thing's going to fall over. They're going to sink. But you put 100 physicists on that plank, maybe they all sit down because they know if anyone moves, the person at the opposite side of the plank has to make an opposite movement. Otherwise, the plank sinks. So there's this danger zone in between ignorance and enough knowledge where anything you do that has power behind it in a specific direction is going to tip the thing and put everything up and down. And it's a bit dramatic, it's a bit extreme, but it gets the idea across.
What does happen?
I think this is what happened with COVID. We knew enough to make a virus that was more deadly than coronavirus usually are, more infectious than coronaviruses usually are, and we didn't have the knowledge to be able to contain the alteration made to that virus, and we're all paying the price for that.
Yeah. Just for sort of like people, this doesn't take anything away from what I said. It's just sort of to be, in a sense, just scientifically accurate. It's like just more like SARS-CoV is sort of the virus that they took from,
Yes.
and edited basically, or I don't know if they edited or not, but something happened within the lab, and it mutated, producing a more infectious, more spreadable like virus and such. That's just basically that, and doesn't take away from anything from what you said. But yeah, that's right. Like there is sort of like this sort of in a sense seesaw deal with incompetence and knowing
Well, that's a matter
too
of
much.
balancing, and that's what
Yeah.
regulations are for.
Right.
And a lot of thought, especially from a political standpoint, a lot of thought goes into how these things should run. The world isn't a movie. It's not as governments aren't as greedy as people like to claim they are. They certainly are, to layman's terms, but they're run by other people. They're run by people like you and me,
Right.
and they think about these things more so than we do.
Yes.
And it's a silly notion to say, "Oh, you're so greedy. Look at what they do. They did this on purpose."
That's definitely a difference there on some of other people who don't know.
Yeah, and it doesn't work that way. It works that way for movies and books, maybe, but not in real life. It's more complicated than that because it's real. And regulations are put into place, but sometimes things just don't work out. My parents are nuclear physicists and engineers, and they're always messing with regulations, etc., and working around it, and there are still problems with regulations. For example, in Pennsylvania, not too long ago, I believe 40 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, plenty of regulations for a nuclear power site of ours, but things happened and we almost had a Chernobyl on our, even though we had far more regulations than what happened to Chernobyl. An example, but I do think when it comes to intentions, it's almost a 0%. when it comes to those wanting to create it for the sole purpose of, being a bioterrorist. There aren't exactly. There have been many bioterrorists before. Let's take what's that? In back 2001 and 2. Oh man, they mailed it to a bunch of senators and people in government and other people. I believe type of fungus or something that's really, really deadly. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know actually, but
You know what I'm referring to? I forgot what it's called.
But I
yeah.
And that's an example of bioterrorism, and it's really, really rare, and it's stuff to...
harder than making a bomb.
Yeah, it is much harder than making a bomb, and the reward for a terrorist, if we want to call it a reward, it's certainly there, because the risk is huge. If a bioterrorist is successful, then that's a big deal. More so than a bomb would be, unless it's a suitcase nuclear bomb.
Right.
Yeah.
And something like that.
There's always
But still,
the worry of exposing yourself to it.
and as well as affecting you.
Yes.
The problem with chemical warfare and biowarfare are not mutually exclusive.
No.
But the difference is, between a bomb has a certain yield. It stops at a certain point. A virus tends to keep going wherever there's a life.
Yeah.
And it's for the most part unpredictable.
Right.
And many countries have little to gain from destroying the world itself
Yeah.
with a deadlier than life virus, and COVID certainly was not that. COVID was not the Black Plague. COVID was the worst thing that we've seen in recent memory, yes. But we were lucky and very fortunate enough. I can tell you just how bad diseases go back in history.
Oh yeah.
And we got lucky. We got lucky with this one.
Especially with like even unintentional introduction of diseases too.
Yes.
That wasn't basically the Black Plague was
Not
something
just the
else.
Black Plague, but there's
Yeah.
yellow fever, there's Spanish flu,
Yeah.
which isn't really the Spanish flu, more of an American
Yeah. No.
flu,
It's
but we called it that anyway.
I think an interesting an analogy too, along with nuclear stuff. I remember you bringing it up when we were first talking about it. But just even how is it in literally in almost the most literal sense, exploration itself could be dangerous because of mainly historical reasons.
Yep.
When people went out when new cultures started I remember something along the lines of when people from England or the English lands started going over to
Well,
to
when
North America.
Europeans started
Right.
colonizing and started exploring, they wiped out, I don't know the percentage, but definitely more than 50 of the Native American.
90%.
90%, yes.
Of
With-
the diseases they carry.
Yes, and it was a ghost land. What was once a thriving continent of peoples was a shell of its former self. There are plenty of historical accounts of Europeans walking upon cities of bones and decayed corpses.
Right.
Not really cities, because many North Indian Americans did not.
Right.
Bill, but you get the point.
They didn't have cities, but there were
They did, but
there were
only
millions. I can't remember the exact
yeah, there were millions.
number, but it was certainly
They had
more
their
than
visions of the
20
city.
million.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
had their own. They had their civilizations, and they were
Their
in
land
ruins.
was
We'll put it that
populated.
way.
It wasn't sparse.
Because there were plenty of North
the
American
whole
civilizations.
vision of these small
lands.
tribes of Native Americans roaming the American countryside looking for buffalo to kill. It's it's completely unrealistic. They were everywhere. These were societies, and they were hunter-gatherers. They were
Many of them.
full-fledged. There were many of them.
And some of them were not at all. Some of them were permanent, and some of them fizzled out well before European colonizers came in.
Right.
But I'll take the Southeast Indian, the Pueblo peoples, for example. They had clay and stone home, and some of them they were the Spanish when they came. Many of them died due to diseases brought over that Europeans had built an immunity to, especially with the cattle and the animals they brought over, especially pigs and other species that would contribute to the disease. It wasn't just the Europeans carrying it themselves, it was the animals they brought.
Okay, so Europeans, they've been in an arm. They had been in an arm race.
Yeah, this is
An
perfect.
evolutionary arm race with
Yes.
these viruses, these diseases, for a long time.
I'm just putting things that I have in my head.
And that meant that the average European and the virus were doing this all the time. And then by the time they arrived at the Native Americans were down there because they hadn't been playing evolutionary catch up with the virus all the time.
Right.
And so when they got there, the virus's power was here and they were here, and it crushed them. And you know, a virologist now could have predicted that, but back then they didn't have any way of predicting that. They didn't know what was going on. But here's the thing: we can replicate what happened there with genetic tampering.
Yeah.
Because what happened was, through resistance and the viruses overcoming the resistance of the European, herd immunity that would be built up over decades to these viruses, there was the virus was solving evolutionary problems through the normal means, random mutation,
Trial and error. That makes
survival,
sense. Yeah.
natural selection. It was using these evolutionary tools in its toolkit to overcome the problem at a set rate. You could think of that as its successful mutation rate. Every time it overcomes a hurdle, it becomes a little bit more deadly. And then our resistance has to overcome the same kind of evolutionary hurdle. And because we're using the same machinery as the virus, we're head to head with it. And we keep progressing at more or less the same rate. But now you take that virus into a lab, and you know enough about its genome and the way that these viruses work. You can take a functionality from a different virus and put it in that one, which lets it overcome a massive evolution. You essentially make that virus what it would have been 200 years from now in its functionality, if it was lucky and developed that far. You're giving it a 200-year head start on you, and you don't think that's a bad idea. You're turning yourself into the Native Americans, and you're the Englishman who's going to kill everyone.
Same
Well,
deal
the
with
Spaniard or the Portuguese.
the development of the nuclear bomb. With nuclear technology. With that one time in Hiroshima.
Well, nuclear engineering and nuclear reactors are not the same as a nuclear bomb. They're quite different.
Yeah, they're different reactions.
Follows the same. I guess more so the point of that, it's like they sort of follow the same. In a sense,
Are you saying they have the same? They have the
principles
same,
of function.
Yeah.
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 Same principles
They
of
are
function.
similar in that way.
Yes.
If you're a nuclear engineer, you could probably come up with an
Definitely.
idea to make a bomb.
Yeah. So yeah. It's sort of that analogy. Continue on.
Yeah. So we're giving these viruses an artificial power which they hadn't acquired evolution, so they don't have to do the evolutionary work to get that strong. We're giving them a free pass on the evolutionary problem which they would face in the environment, and then we're releasing them from the environment. Because how are you going to contain something microscopic? It's like you can put in protocols in place, you can make sure you have stringent cleaning programs, but it only takes one slip up. Only takes something sticking to the bottom of someone's shoe, or the cleaning apparatus not being fully functional on that particular summer day.
The sun itself.
And then
sometimes
Yes.
can cause mutagenesis, which for people that's causing mutations. That's
Love our
generational
fusion
mutations.
reactor.
Yeah,
I'm not scared of natural mutation. Okay, yes, they can take us out for sure.
definitely.
But there's a big difference between a
Depends on how
natural
fast they
chance
mutate, though.
mutation. Right, but there is a set rate of mutation that's average.
It's true,
for
and we can predict that. That's what we
genomes.
do. Certain flues.
Yeah, you
and
can
things,
measure it.
certain strains of things. We can measure it. Now it's in the off chance that it starts to go boom, 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 and we can't predict where it's going, what direction it's going to go in.
Sure.
We do have, our species is lucky enough to have the technology and understanding and know-how of how that can work. So it is,
I just don't like the idea of us playing chicken
Nor
with
do I.
artificially tempered viruses. Like, hey, Can our evolutionary toolkit as biological
But that's where
beings
the ethical
catch
thing comes
up
in.
That's-
to a 200 year advantage?
That's where the
Can
like
it do that? With COVID, the answer was yes.
yeah.
Actually,
Mhm.
yes. But what if the next one has, COVID's
This is where the
lethality rate
philosophy
was like
comes in.
about 1%? What if the
This is
next
where the
one's
philosophy of
lethality
it
rate is
comes
10%? What are we going to do?
Mhm.
We're not going to be able to catch up to that. If its lethality is 10%, it's just as effective.
And here's the
We'd be
thing.
dead.
Yeah.
Here's the thing too, is that like it also sort of informs education to explore further too, in a sense.
Okay, but
with
what
these
games are we
regulations.
willing to play for the sake of knowledge? That's the main question I'm
If I
bringing
may.
up.
Yes, that's
I-
also
It's
my.
like we can play lots of games for knowledge, but we have to choose our games because we can't just play games because they are informative.
If I may
Mhm.
add into that, and I'll be stereotypical here, and I'll add the history perspective. We always play games with knowledge and what we know, and throughout our history. And often it's not due to a malevolent reason. Often it's due to what it could have negative effects on other people, but the intention often comes from a place of self-preservation or preservation of one's own society,
Or just plain curiosity. We want to
or
know.
even plain curiosity.
Yeah.
And a lot of us want to play with fire because, unfortunately, Prometheus gave it to us, and now we are still fascinated by it. Fire, and we look at it and
Look where fire got us now.
yeah, and we'll take
Yes.
fire and we'll look at that as a concept. We'll use that as the pursuit of knowledge. Our species has always been fascinated with asking the question. The only problem is that we can almost never get the actual answer. We'll get an answer, but then we'll find that there is another answer to that answer.
Yes.
And it keeps going. It's cyclical from a third. Let's say if you're an alien and you're looking at us, you see us and we're like, we figured it out. Actually, no, we didn't figure it out, because once we figured out fire, right? No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
Fire is actually made up of different things. And
Right.
right behind me. And as a result, we then figured out that those things were made of more. And our pursuit never ends because it's seemingly infinite for us to process.
Right.
Right,
Oh,
we-
someone wants to introduce your guests.
It came in a little late. Could you perhaps introduce your guests? Yeah. So, these. Let's see. This is a roommate and this is a friend. We're both friends, and he's a history poli-sci major with minors in music and math. And then that is basically my cognitive neuroscience friend, who has a philosophy minor.
I'm Puro. Yeah.
Puro.
Neuroscience
Mhm.
major.
I thought you were
minor.
double.
Just interested in things.
Basically. Double philosophy. I had no
Yeah.
idea it was a minor.
Well, it's a minor.
Yeah, well, it was still. I mean,
I took
might
a
as
couple
well.
of classes.
functionally
they
a
gave me a minor. I said, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
functionally a
yeah.
philosophy major.
To be
I think
fair.
more about philosophy than I do about neuroscience.
That's
Yeah.
pretty fair. Honestly.
And I
It's
think
just
more
'cause
about
it's easier to
philosophy
think
than I
about.
think about
It is.
history.
It's honestly sometimes more interesting.
Yes.
In this situation, it's pretty interesting.
Philosophy.
Sure it- sure
every
it is.
every aspect of education within liberal arts, just to hone this in, is absolutely quintessential and important to each other. They all have a function. It's whether or not you want to actually accept that it has a function, but they all work together.
Yes.
Science, math, history, English, even the studies that we think are fairly useless, such as if
English.
if you're a native English speaker and writer, that is useful because once you get into the linguistics of things, you then can explore the concept of meaning within philosophy. It all connects. And it's chemistry also connects with metaphysics as well, because we only understand metaphysics more so when we know a little bit more about chemistry. And like I always like to say to people, if you're a lawyer, you should know a lot of chemistry. If you're a chemist, you should know a little bit about law.
I think we get into advocacy. For
Yes.
this.
And then when you're a lawyer, you get to learn about ethics, and then you can combine it with science.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh god. Okay. So, hold up. My mind is leaving off the things. So, okay, we got to the point of
Well, is knowledge worth?
right.
That's the thing. Especially since you have
Yes, thank you for
alternative
reminding me.
meaning. for
Mhm.
acquiring this kind of knowledge. We can study viruses that already have.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to alter the ecosystem. And for me, we understand enough about evolution to alter its functional structures with
To a degree.
CRISPR and
Not
other,
quite yet.
With fair
Yeah.
control.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
but we
Mhm.
do have some control over those processes. And this is actually exactly my point. If we really understood something, and this is a functional definition of understanding for me. If we really understand something, we can change it at every level.
Mhm.
Yeah, but yes and no. Once you get into genetics, we understand it and can see it, but being able to tweak with it, we're not quite there yet. Or then cancer would not be an
I
issue.
don't think
That's
that
what
we
you're saying.
understand. I don't think that we understand because to say we understand it, we understand how it
True.
manifests itself
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the structures we do understand and what happens with those structures in the environment downstream. That's the part where we have very little idea. We understand somehow the basic functions of this, and then we fuse that with knowledge of the repercussions that messing with those things will have down the line.
Mm-hmm.
To reiterate what you
We don't have
said
that
and
knowledge.
to see if I'm correct in understanding you, I'll use an analogy. You have a chisel, like a cement chisel.
Mm-hmm.
There's a piece of cement. Let's call that the evolutionary command. We broke it. Now it's in all little pieces, but we can't see everything. And then there's chips and everywhere. We can see the chips. We can pick them up, but then how do we put them together?
Mm-hmm.
We can sort of get it, but we're not even. I don't even know if we can say we're even a tip.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what I know about genetics, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. I've sort of come to this conclusion about genetics since with the fact that biology, one of its literal living functions is to adapt, that requires changing genetics. I'm always gonna say that genetics is always probably gonna be about progress.
Okay, unless we mess. Then it's not probability.
Even then.
anymore. Then it's intention.
Well, actually, it's still a probability because we messed with it.
okay, yeah.
That's the probability.
Here's the thing: is that with the probability part, is that even in experiments where we genetically modify things, I personally go through this because I'm messing around with genetic wise.
He's not making a virus.
No.
Let's put that out there.
Wait a second. It's my senior thesis. It's something different. It's something really different. So here's the thing with the process of science, is that you go through a lot of trial and error, but the thing is though is that in journals it's presented as if it's like,
Fact.
if you're not
Well, not
someone-
fact, but like concrete, if that makes sense.
yeah, if you're like, someone kind of getting into amateur science, most people who are like scientists get their education in science and they sort of know what the process is like. But sometimes some people translating that to like the public, it's like the reality behind what is usually said in a lot of public media with regards to science communication is that scientists fail over and over and over again just to get the right data for the experiment that they set up.
Sometimes they don't do that.
Yes.
Quota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's we'll get into that later.
Mhm.
But keep that in mind
Mm-hmm.
because that happened.
Well, that leads to a replication problem,
Yup.
right? Because then you're going to,
Bingo.
let's say you follow teacher's experiment, get data one, publish it, and I think I heard somewhere that from 90 to 95% of experiments do not show the same results after replication, which is pretty scary because part of science, like you said, not a lot of people are familiar with the methods and philosophy behind science and how it works. One of the core tenets of science is reproducing the experiment
Mhm.
and getting the same result.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't do that, you haven't made a science discovery,
Even then,
technically
though,
speaking. But if you
within
publish it and take it as science.
For example, like gravity, replicatable across everything. Then when you think about it a bit more, it's like that's replicatable across Earth.
And the universe, and then you get astrophysics.
yeah, and then
Yep.
exactly. Then you get in astrophysics, and then it's Star Nights that behind.
You're saying that the government body would create a virus for gain?
Or wait.
Okay.
I'll
I can
Star
address
Night.
that, I think.
Mm.
No,
Yeah, I'll address your question real quick. No, they can certainly, absolutely create it for some sort of gain, like a strategic gain. For example, many claim, and this is certainly plausible. We've done it throughout history as well. Not necessarily with viruses, but we have done it in other ways. Let's take nuclear weapons, for example. That's the entire purpose. Moral, huge ethical dilemma, but it also, we did it anyways for gain. You can do it with viruses. And there were many still, fears with bombs, like igniting the atmosphere. For example, they thought nuclear bombs had the potential to do so. We know now that they don't. But with a virus, for example, yes, they can. It can cause internal conflicts within other nations, and they can allow the nation that created that virus to have an edge. However, the problem is that China also bit itself in the ass because its own people were affected. With a nuclear bomb, you can nuke everyone else but yourself. You don't have to nuke yourself if they don't have nukes. Now, if they have nukes, then we have the mutual destruction. But when it comes with a virus, it's often hard to control your own virus because we're people, and it likes us. And we're its target.
Chemicals in general like biology.
Yes, and so it's a lot harder to contain.
Like, you can take this...
Yeah, and I agree. It is certainly possible.
Like I was, but I'm saying certainly.
I do think that the probability of it is fairly low. I think that governments, they're run by people like you and me. It is not some high Illuminati or anything like that. Kind of wish it was. It would make things simpler. But they do absolutely care about people. They're not greedy corporations in the way that you think they are. I used to think that for a long time. They are certainly greedy in comparison to the layman. Believe you me. But they are run by people like you and me. Everyone has a story. Everyone had a life, and most often they start at the same place. And I can't say I agree. I do think that they will make ethical decisions that will sometimes benefit them. But if they've ever read, we'll take Hegel,
or
we'll
sometimes
take
are just perceptively
John Locke,
debatable.
for example. Exactly. That's political philosophy, which is my whole thing. And they've certainly studied that, and they certainly know about it. And a lot of them, to us, to the layman, take Machiavellian terms into the way they approach things. They do not always what is right, but often what is necessary for them and for their benefit. But they do care about other people. They are just other people themselves.
Yeah.
They have their own problems and issues.
I just don't think they're that smart. Here's what's
agree.
happened with COVID.
That I can agree.
We got a
on.
virus. We got a virus that was deadly enough so that governments could. You could argue whether it's justifiable, but regardless of that, we've accepted could have justified mandates and locking people in their own houses, making them wear cloth masks, which now the CDC even has said are not effective. There are these tyrannical measures. In Canada, we're seeing vaccine passports being put into effect, and anyone who questions those mandates get their bank accounts frozen.
Yes,
which has happened.
That's
so,
the greedy part.
Like, and for people who don't understand how tyrannical that measure really is, if I go around now and I start killing kids, the government's not freezing my bank. They're not doing that because
it
it's
doesn't
not
directly
within,
affect them.
in America. It's not within their
No way.
purview of. And if you're getting your bank account frozen for political dissension, which that doesn't have anything to do with murdering kids doesn't have anything to do with my bank account, but neither does political dissent, right? So there's a weird thing going on that COVID's given governments a lot more power, and it was deadly enough for the governments to get away with increasing their power in that way, but not deadly enough to kill everyone. Do I think that because of that it was the government doing it so that they could tyrannize their citizens? Absolutely not, because I just don't think they're that bright. I don't think we know enough about these viruses, and I've said it, to manufacture them in a way that
They
you
got
could
scared
hit that
too.
golden ratio. It just happened. It happened to occur that by some negligent research and safety protocols in Wuhan, we got a virus that was just deadly enough to give governments the ability to do this, and not deadly enough to kill all of the citizens in the process.
Yes.
Mm.
So we got really unlucky as citizens. But I think if our governments didn't care about us, we'd be in a lot worse of a situation. Our situation is not ideal. Never going to be.
The
Governments
government
could
itself
care more.
got scared.
They don't not care.
And to answer your questions, Star Knight, you talked about corporations and businesses. Corporation businesses, depending on what economic system you follow, and also depending on what part of the world you're in, aren't always directly connected to government. Government often takes a position, whether or not here in the United States, I have no idea where you are based, but in the United States, it's often the government's job, in a way, whether or not it's a conservative or liberal president, it's to have a way to intervene to some degree with businesses for the people. The government has a set of regulations that it can't act, against itself. That's what the Constitution's for. How do I explain this better? Businesses and corporations may ultimately want what they want, but the people at the top are still people. They will have their own interpersonal, at the micro level, their own philosophical views on people, but they are also people. And they do care, but they have to numb themselves sometimes for the sake of greed. Greed's a strong thing. It's a very strong feeling. And making a name for yourself, often, when you're as rich as these people are, oftentimes it's just about making a name in history, getting their name on the books, because they understand the world philosophically, or at least they like to think they do, etc. They're very educated people for the most time, those at the top. And yeah, and I agree with you. I think COVID could happen in the future. And I'm very afraid of that. I know here in the United States, in the CDC, we have our own a plethora of engineered viruses that could at any point, with just the unfortunate day, could come out.
Signed by UN, hey, we're getting rid of these.
Yes,
Unless the government's being underground and DARPA or something.
And that's the thing. I will say also, as a history major, everything eventually comes out to light. And there are 100%, and this is usually for the sake of knowledge. Yes, military incentives, etc. Governments, they do lie. But they want to protect their people and themselves as well as humanity, but they also want to know, because humans have an innate urge to want to know.
Yes. And
we
that
have
urge-
I think you even know about this because it's a psychological thing. We have a need, a drive for mastery for things.
Yeah, well, it's part of it's part of
Mm.
some people's personalities in a very, very strong way. In personality psychology, we have industrious, which is essentially your will to master skill, which is associated with your will to work hard and how much you enjoy work. Some people enjoy work, but
So,
I don't think that that's as much of a problem in this case, because whether or not there are people who want to play this game, now that it's an option, and like you said, even if we ban this on a governmental level, let's say we ramp up all the regulations to the maximum, and we have this extreme case in our argument, right? It's let's see what lies on the extremes of this axis. So governments ban genetic alteration research, no exception. Even if it's not gain of function, just you don't mess with it. You don't do it. Well, people are still going to mess with genome. They're just not going to do it with the government's money.
They'll find
drug
someone
regulation.
else's.
It's almost like drug regulation.
They'll move to a different country. If your government bans it, maybe Japan's doesn't. Maybe
Right.
South Africa's doesn't. Maybe South America, there are labs that allow that kind of
Maybe
research.
Norway
If
does
that's
that,
what
yeah.
you want to do, you're going to be able to do it. Even if it's not under the purview of a government, maybe you won't be able to publish research paper and things, but there are plenty of scientists who have a history of going rogue, getting really interesting scientific results, publishing them independently, and
Some of the greatest thinkers of our of the last 2 centuries
have done exactly
were
that.
in the academic community considered gone rogue. Now, not gone rogue and oh, I'm going to engineer something.
Like they weren't in a jungle somewhere
No.
in someone's basement. doing
No,
all this
but
stuff,
they went against regulations and they figured out something. In fact, I'll use something at a very, very, very simple level. washing our hands. Everyone hated the guy that figured out maybe we should wash our hands after surgery. It's probably a good idea.
After giving birth.
And after giving
handling
birth as well. Maybe we should do that.
Mhm.
And everyone said, no, you're a fool. Why
And
would you do
before
this?
surgery. That's also.
And
It's
before.
clearly the bad air. It's
Yes.
clearly the bad fucking air.
No, it's the air. You're right. You're right. It's what's in the air. And that's what people
Okay.
believed up until the 1830s and
Mhm.
40s. And that's a small example of going against it.
Mm-hmm.
So that leads to another ethical dilemma, because do you restrain the potential new genius of our society? Because they want to go against the quote-unquote regulations and say, well, I'm going to go against the thinking. But is it also to safeguard against the truly rogue and also ill-informed idiot that might create something terrible?
Right. Well, I'd say that we're talking about two different stakes
I
here
can agree with that.
in games, in playing what I've called games, and they're not games, right? They're methods of exploration. They're
Something they are.
toolkits, right?
Mhm.
But referring to them as game kind of gives a little bit more insight into what's happening, because you have something that you can play with, something you can alter and use this tool, and it can have very positive outcomes. But then there's also a cost, a potential cost that you might have to pay
Mhm.
for playing this particular game. So it's like you're at like a shopping market, you're window shopping for tools of exploration for the future of humanity, right?
Mhm.
Let's say you're window shopping for those tools, and you go past a tool which is, well, we might be able to find, in the best case scenario, real cures to genetic disposition towards like cancer, autoimmune disease, these very, very serious things that affect millions of people's lives. But what is the
Neurological diseases,
cost
too.
of that game that you might have to pay?
Mhm.
Well, we might all die,
Mhm.
right? And I've talked about this with nuclear weapons.
Mhm.
Whenever the potential cost of something is the annihilation of humanity, it doesn't matter what the upside of that game is.
Yeah, but then again, a nuclear bomb could save us.
Well,
In the form of
we're
reactor.
stuck with it. Well, we're stuck with
Good.
it because here's the thing: we didn't do the philosophical thinking beforehand. And the moment one country has a nuclear bomb, all the other superpower countries have to also make a nuclear bomb, because if they didn't, that country would rule them by fiat, because they have the power to destroy them, and they don't have the power to destroy them back. So now we have mutually assured destruction, and that's kept us alive so far.
For the past 80 years, we've been doing fairly well.
We've been doing okay. We don't
You're doing
know.
all right.
We don't know how.
Things are getting a
Not
little
sure
rocky
how
now.
we've made it this long, but
Me neither. I don't
You
know.
know,
I
we're
don't know
doing
if we
it.
can survive in the,
Heck,
like
even
500 years with nuclear weapons on.
give us
on the
3
planet.
centuries to figure it out, and then maybe we can say we're doing all right.
Okay, so we can all agree that we have a button that humanity can push to end the game.
Mm.
For all of
For the
us.
most part. I will say, to put a very practical point,
Okay, some of us might survive.
nuclear weapons. No, I will say, and this is just a hypothesis, but a highly regarded thing. Nuclear weapons would put us back pretty much to the early Victorian period
Mm.
in terms of tech level. And our world would not, obviously, it wouldn't look
Some people will
Victorian,
survive with knowledge, which is very important.
but humans
Some
would
knowledge
still
would survive.
survive. Nuclear catastrophes are often very not correctly portrayed in movies. For example, it's not a desert wasteland.
Okay, but I would really prefer
But you
for
get
us
the
not
point.
to be put back to the Victorian age.
Absolutely.
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 To lose the 21st and 20th century would be a really, really, really bad thing.
That would be really
the
crappy.
19th century was awesome.
It's a great
we're
time, but
gonna-
I prefer 21st.
Let's not do that.
Give me my air
Is basically what
conditioning.
I'm saying. I'm saying a virus can take a step back that far, if not further.
Mm.
And
A
so
virus could take us
we
all
already
out.
have one button that says Victorian age on it. From your argument, I agree with that.
And then we have
kind
a
of.
virus that says Neolithic period.
Right. We might have. There might be a virus with that
Mhm.
with that tag, and so we have to ask ourselves: we already have one button that's going to end the world as we know it. Do we really want to?
Unless.
No! No! Stop right there!
Well, if you're a government, then that's exactly what you say. If you're the NIH, that's exactly what you've already said.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean? Like, well,
No!
we don't want a button like that unless unless we do, let's unban everything, and
Unless
then
we-
COVID
I
happened.
mean,
And it could have been a lot
Unless
worse.
the underground black market.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
oh yeah,
Mhm.
I will say,
That also goes into the thing too when we talk about sort of
Yeah.
going rogue earlier. There's gonna be people who like gather around to sort of literally avoid authority.
there are those
Black
personality
market.
types. Yes.
Black market kind of
Yep.
stuff, you know, dark web. That
Ugh.
place
Yep.
exists, and I
It's weird.
easily imagine it happening, for for biotechnology purposes, and there could be a whole case of like
True.
biotechnology black market underground.
True.
People don't know.
I think though, with tech like that, less of it is about underground,
Mhm.
and more about governments. And as much as I've said about how I do think governments are human, and they're not these evil entities with no soul, I do think that there is a little bit of that, and by proxy,
Mhm.
and have some sort of affiliation, perhaps, because a lot of it is in the pursuit of how can I protect my peoples and be more powerful than you. Nations have always ever been, unfortunately, just manageable groups of people, and we all have our own purposes within these nations, and that's what governments are for. And they will, by all means, do things to have an edge of some sort.
Yeah, what they can get away with, because
Exactly.
it's a system that balances out. So, at least when you're in semi-functional democracy, I think we can agree that there's not a democracy on the planet that is semi-functional at this point.
Semi-functional.
But
Mhm.
there
It's
is
its own
still
question, though.
accountability
Mhm.
in terms of you can't go all the way crazy, even if you want it. I agree with what you've said in the sense that you have to give governments their view. You don't sign up to work for the government unless you want to serve people in some capacity. But there are some people who just want power. The governmental systems of the world are called the halls of power for a reason. And there are some people who want power and who just want to see the world burn. And as much as we like to pretend that those people don't exist, at least don't very powerful places, hierarchies of authority, government, and research programs, they do.
They do exist.
And sometimes they get the means to actually cause something that might burn the world. So maybe we shouldn't make those tools available.
Conspiracy.
But yeah, I'm not saying that's happen, but
Yeah.
I could see it happen.
Mhm.
I could see it happen.
Right. It's all about possibilities
Yeah.
right now.
Right, and like I said, even if the possibility of ending the game for all of us is 1 in 100,000 with a specific tool, why would we take that? Why would we say, "Oh no, this tool is easy to use. This tool is fine."
The thing is that the
It's-
risk
it's
is
gonna-
within our control, because if we're talking about risks, again,
Yes, we could
But
take
we
the risk,
have
or
the
we
control
could not take the
here.
risk. That's the control.
yes, and I doubt.
So we're saying about taking control, just to bring this straight
Yeah,
back
yeah,
together,
yeah.
So we have control.
We have control of whether or not we want to do that. Now, there is the off chance that it gets loose, and we lose that control. I firmly believe that it would be not humanity's undoing, depending on how bad the virus is, but I
Might
do
be.
think it could be. And that's the thing. It could be, and there's really no answer for it other than, it could be.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
what I'm talking about is not the probability of like you say, the probabilities in our control. I was talking about the probability that things got out of our
Mm-hmm.
If they
That
got
was the
out of our control,
probability
it's
I
still
was
that's
talking about.
high. That's high for anything.
Yeah, well, it is going to be, even if the
When it-
overall
especially when it
probability
comes
of
to
that
viruses.
per kit used, let's say, or per
That's still in our
research
control though,
program-
because a person had to do it in the first place. That's a sociological dilemma.
because
because-
statistics don't discriminate. Friend.
Well, I
It's
know,
like
I know,
They
but it's still a person that did
it's
it.
ruthless.
I'm saying it's still a person that did it though. An animal's not
yeah,
gonna go look
for
at the
sure.
virus and engineer it.
No, because animals
Unless
are
that
like
animal's
the
a
rats on the
genius.
plank. Animals don't know about evolution. They're
Yeah, but a human
subject.
does.
They're subject to it.
Therefore, it's in our control.
Humans do. Therefore, we're like lay people walking on that plank. We better hope that our actions have a pseudo-random result
Mhm.
or the right result. Because if they have the wrong result, we can sink the ship.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's the cost. We sink the ship. We don't have the right response with these tools. We don't use these tools responsibly. I think giving everyone a tool like that is a really dumb idea.
And most people aren't going to be interested in
Even
said
if we
tools
know
like
more
that.
in 30 years, we have to be around to know what we'll know.
I have a interesting, and also this is gonna be a pun unintended. You'll get why it's a pun unintended idea, but I have an interesting sort of comparison to this: firearms.
The creation of firearms is what you're saying?
So, for the creation of firearms, that happened in the history of it basically because it was an act. Someone sort of just
Yeah.
like did something to
you can blame the Chinese.
Yeah.
Again.
Again, bro, I'm part Chinese.
That's true, you're Han Chinese.
But anyway, so
It's
yeah,
your fault.
Does that give
People-
you license or something?
Yeah, does that give you
No.
license?
Like, I can't talk
No,
about
I'm
the
just like,
Chinese
wait a
people, but
second.
you can.
no, I don't mean it like that. But it's just like, oh god, wait a second. That the implicit fingers are pointing towards me here. I'm like, wait
Right.
a second. I'm not a part of this. I'm mainly Filipino. So anyway,
Wait a minute! Wait.
not anything. So
We get your point,
major
go on.
respect to like Chinese people and those who are not most mentioned. Anyways, so.
You can blame their government.
Mm-hmm. So, anyways, so like the development of like what is it? Basically, the first instance of gun technology was through an accident. So, it begs the question. It's like when we like, do we really have control? It's more like we can say we have control now because we know most things in science is interconnected. The whole
We have
bunch.
control of its creation.
I don't think. Well, I
'Cause-
think what Eli's bringing up is that do
Yeah,
we
explain.
really? Do we?
Yeah.
Because we have
That's what I
the knowledge of how to create it.
And also,
And if we have the knowledge of how to create it and the means to create it, can we really prevent it being?
not to mention, and I'm pretty sure you would pick this up too, is that sort of at the quantum fabric of the world, things are probabilistic. Of course, that no longer comes into effect when things are classical, like this. This is classical
Yes,
physics,
right.
right? So
Yes.
That
That's-
marker
that's
didn't have a
predictable.
probability to float off onto the moon, you know.
right.
No.
That probability is
Or did
essentially
it?
zero.
Because are we a part of that probability and we threw it in the moon, so therefore it's.
Yeah, it depends on what you include on the system. If you
Yeah.
include Elon Musk
And-
firing a rocket to the moon, which I don't put beyond him,
Right.
then yeah, the probability rises from zero. So that's when you're looking at the. It depends on the event you're looking at.
Mhm.
If it's the whole universe,
Mhm.
probably nothing ending up in a specific location has a probability of zero. But you say you drew this distinction between probabilities in the universe we can control, probability we can't. You know, in regards to the whole system. You brought up solar flares. We can't really do nothing about that. We can't block a sun ray if it decides to smite Earth.
Right.
That would be very unfortunate. We can't
That's
control
not
that.
Heck, volcano activity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are
That too, yeah.
geological things that could happen.
Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
Comets, meteor.
technically.
No.
Meteors.
Meteors,
Comets are
technically.
ice. They'll they won't die.
Comets
Most of the
meteors
time.
hit the Earth. I
It's a
just learned
giant-
that. I
Meteorite.
didn't get it wrong.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
So there could be a big meteor and so on. So there are these probabilities, and they're real probabilities
baby.
that we can't control.
That's what I'm waiting for.
I'm on the side of things where if we can still learn things and not increase those probabilities, that would be a good thing.
Mhm.
We are in control in some sense that we can sometimes not raise those probabilities when the other choice could. But you bring up an interesting point. We're already doing this research. We already have the know-how. Now kits are publicly available for a few $100. Have we crossed the point of no return? It seems we have. Because the point of no return with atomic bomb, I think we can all agree, was when the first one was made, or when the first one was dropped.
Actually, I think it goes
That
more
really
down
sealed
to
the
the
deal.
idea. Just the idea, the concept alone is an issue.
So you think
Info
that-
hazards.
Exact. Okay, so the
Yeah.
the concept itself is where you draw the line of no return.
Mm-hmm.
Like once someone comes up with this concept and it's a realistic concept, like it obeys the natural laws within which to generate ideas. Because if I come up with, a bomb that destroys the entire world, it's like, if I can't build one, then it's a moot point, right? But we can alter viruses and can build nuclear bombs and have. The moment you have a concept realistic, doable, and you're coming up with brand new technology, that might be the point of no return. But you can't come up with a technology like that without considerable research.
Yes.
So do we regulate future, like across the point of no return with atomic bomb and arguably with genetic tampering? Do we, or should humanity, it's not like three of us have much control over this, but should humanity decide, okay, we got to stop until we understand the repercussions that might occur from a specific line of research, which is a very difficult thing to ascertain. But until we run something through some sort of protocol for ascertaining that, we're never going to get it 100%. But maybe we can stop the next atomic bomb or the next gain of function research line from being crossed. Maybe if we stop ourselves from figuring out certain things, that's good, because stakes are getting so high that we could end the game if we take a wrong step. And at that point, I think the game changes. You have to stop playing certain. You have to completely withdraw from certain lines of research and lines of experimentation. You have to walk a very thin line with your conceptual route. And you just have to say, we're not going to go there. That's wisdom. It's not knowledge, it's wisdom. And I don't think that humanity has wisdom to back up its scientific knowledge. I think we are hundreds of years ahead with our scientific knowledge, hundreds of years in front of our wisdom with our scientific knowledge. Do I think we're up to the task? No. Do I hope humanity's going to try? Yeah, I really hope we're going to try, because we keep walking into these lines blindly, going, hey, maybe we should, mess with things genetic, which took 3.5 billion years and made us. It's like, that's one of the most powerful engines in the universe. Let's mess with it. What could go wrong?
To your point earlier, I do think that often, and I can't speak for any corporation, any person that's involved. My general assumption is that it's a shallow, and it's a negative word used out of context, but in the context that I'm going to use it, it's often with the intent of finding something new in knowledge, new knowledge. But the biggest problem comes with the lack of philosophical and/or seeing the grand narrative, the big scale of things, understanding the scale and the implications behind it. Often it's about doing whatever you can to find whatever it is you're trying to find, and then once you found it, do you start to realize,
the technology's still there.
What happened?
Right. The technology you use to get to that result, if you even attain the result after, that technology remains, and not the only use of that technology. I don't think people are going to figure that out. It's like, sure, you can alter genetics with the purpose of curing cancer. Maybe you cure certain forms of cancer, which I know genetics has already done. Like certain forms of cancer have been targeted, and the death rate of them, I know there's certain kind of cancer that mainly affected children. His death rate went from 85% to 2% because of this kind of research. So it's a massive difference.
Right.
And so there are these beneficial results from this kind of research. I'm not saying that the game is without upside.
Right.
I'm saying whenever you're going to engage some sort of, you don't have to not only explore the possible positive benefits, even if they are as extreme as curing cancer. Don't just explore those. By all means, explore them. Hypothesize about them. Say what your hopes are. But also evaluate, how bad is this going to be if it goes wrong? Exactly. And get specific about it. Because I think if the NIH did that with gain of function research, it would have never gotten a green light. The moment the analyses of how badly it could go wrong They weren't put on paper, I don't think. Because if they were put on paper and were brought in front of those councils, and the council saw, okay, we could cure some cancer. But if things go wrong, we could all die, including every
Yes.
person on this board, and we could send humanity back to the Stone Age if it survives in a really, really bad case scenario. I think that if that was ever put on paper, none of this would have been approved, which means that that process, cost-benefit analysis, wasn't properly run. Now we have a pandemic on our hands. Could have been a lot worse. We have nuclear bombs because America is more concerned with winning a war than future 150 years down the line.
It's a good.
Yeah, you can argue, like, is that the right or wrong to do? I'm not staking a claim either way. Maybe the bomb was necessary, but the cost of it is extremely high if we don't handle it effectively. Like I said, we have a button that sends it back at least to the Victorian era, so you should be very careful.
Right.
Very careful, especially with, like, viruses, which are arguably potentially more destructive than nuclear weapons. Like, I keep messing with more and more dangerous things. The costs of our games is getting so high that they are becoming unjustifiable to play, but not really stopping any game. Can't understand why.
Well, it's for the pursuit of knowledge. It's for the pursuit of understanding something.
You need to be alive to know things.
That's true, but sometimes, what you know can kill you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you just gotta hope and really bet on that the majority of people want some form of self-preservation. Now, of course, you got nihilists,
I'm all for gaining knowledge. I really want humanity to increase technical know-how or technical ability. I don't want people to die of cancer. I want us to reasonably do to research these diseases and figure out what causes them, and figure out ways to stop them. But if we're going to say for the pursuit of this supreme good, curing whatever disease it might be, I don't care if it's cancer or AIDS or whatever, for the purpose of the supreme good, using this to justify all means, we're going to do gain-of-function virus research. I don't think we can do that. I don't think we could afford to do that. It's too simple of a calculation. You can't just go, well, this good is so good. We're so virtuous for pursuing this that it can't possibly go. It's like, do you understand that species of viruses have made species of mammals go extinct many times in the evolutionary history of the Earth? And if we give viruses evolutionary free pass on problems that they would normally have to struggle to solve by pseudo-random means, we are giving them the upper hand on us. Do we really want to do that? Do we really want to play that game? Because now we don't have SARS-CoV-2 virus that's been altered in this way, or gained some sort of mutation in a lab, which perhaps it would have otherwise gained, right? We also have the Omicron variant it's not from South Africa. South Africa scientists discovered it.
Right.
It was everywhere. We don't really know where it came from.
Right.
But we have the Omicron variant now, which it's like a different virus almost. It's of the same type. It has very, very different outcome. It's more infectious and it's less deadly. Could have very easily been more infectious and more deadly.
Which would have been the worst case scenario.
Yes, that would have been bad.
You got lucky again.
That would have been bad. But if you think about it like this, less infectious, less deadly, more infectious, more deadly, or a combination of those,
right?
You get this foursquare. So it's like of course it's not right because the probability of something mutating to be more effective is very low, but it's like a 1 in 4 if those are the outcomes. And obviously there have been mutated versions of this virus that have failed. Because in order to get one successful mutation, you have to go through something like 1,000 unsuccessful. So, and I think this virus has a very high mutation. Am I right about that?
I actually don't know. I don't keep up
Okay,
with it,
well,
but yeah.
Then I won't speak on something I don't know.
Right.
But
Mhm.
but there there are things that we don't know that we can't mess with unless we know very well. And those I
Mhm.
have a fundamental problem with that. I don't care what you justify it.
Right.
I don't think we can handle the cost. Because the cost at the end of that game. Like, who are you going to cure of cancer if no one dies? There are certain costs that defeat the point of an enterprise altogether, no matter what the potential benefit of that enterprise might be. And I think in a function research is one of those enterprises. The potential cost of it makes it invalid enterprise. And I cannot believe after COVID that it hasn't been banned by the NIH. They put a temporary ban on it, and now they lift it again. It's like, have we learned nothing? Have we really learned nothing? Millions of people died. A virus got out of a lab with improper safety. That lab is still operational, still doing the same kind of research, and that research hasn't been banned. They put a pause on it, and now they've paused. It's like, what are we doing? What's humanity up to exactly? Do we want the game to end? Because it really seems like through ignorance rather than malevolence, we're gonna end up there. Because cost of ignorance, it's not like fail at these games and pay the cost only if we're malevolent and want it. It's not how it is. Like, we wouldn't have fallen into pure warfare. Here's an example. So there was this Russian member of the government. He was responsible for pressing the button that would trigger a
Talking about the false alarm.
Yes. What's his name?
I don't remember.
Oh, but he was.
It's cutting out a bit.
He was responsible of. He was responsible for. I'll project a little bit better. For pushing the nuclear retaliation button for the Russians in the case of the detection system for nuclear attack going off. Simplifying it a bit, but that's essentially what it was. And there was a false alarm in that detection system. And that man thought that the timing of it was off. There wasn't any reason at that particular time for the United States to strike against Russia. So even though the detection system went off, he did not press the button that would have launched a nuclear retaliation. If he had pressed that button, Russia would have launched nukes at America, and we would have had nuclear catastrophe on our hands. So the systems that we build, even to contain these things, are never going to be infallible. Just like the systems we're playing with that result in these things, not infallible. Saying all of this just to kind of reiterate the point that there are some risks we can control, yes, but there are some risks we can't. We don't necessarily have to use these things malevolently for them to blow up in our face. And we have to, in the future, make cost-benefit analyses based on that metric. If we are ignorant and stupid and botch this whole project, whatever it might be, what is going to be the cost of that? Let's look very long and hard at that before we begin. And if that is the ending of the human race, I would say we don't do it. I'd say we draw the line there, no matter what the possible benefits might be. Let's take a more contemporary example. Fusion energy. It's coming along quite nicely. We haven't gotten a sustainable. Yeah, exactly. And everybody is. We're super excited about that. You could say we're as excited about that as we were on the cusp of breakthrough cancer research hitting the scene, let's say in the early 2000s, right? It's like people were really, really excited, and there were great things that came from that. But let's say through the course of research, nuclear fusion, we reach a point where we have to decide whether to go down a line of research which is cost is similar to this gain of function research. Essentially, okay, if we botch this up by negligence or ignorance, we could destroy humanity, right? And I'm not saying that could happen with this technology. I don't know enough about it to know. from what I understand, it's not likely, or not possible, right? Because if you don't contain it with a magnetic field, it fizzles out. But you're essentially creating a sun on the surface of the Earth. So that has to be somewhat dangerous.
I think that's Spider-Man 2 movie.
Right.
Yeah.
It has to be somewhat dangerous. But let's say, hypothetically, that it turns out to be so dangerous that it could send us back to the Victorian age, just like nuclear weapons can. Okay, so now we could have infinite energy, or death if we muck it up. From my perspective, we don't go there, even though we could usher in a free energy society. If that's the cost, we don't go there. We bear the current limitations of energy until we figure out an alternative means to get where fusion would get us. We delay progress intentionally, perhaps for hundreds of years, in order to not cross a line where, if we're ignorant or negligent, we all lose, essentially. Because we know it doesn't matter what we know or how comfortable our lives are. If we all lose, we all lose. That's the end.
So what
of the
about
game.
regulation about? Because you can spread that out. As a scientist, we have to spread how we experience what we down, what we get off data, spread it out to others.
Or I would
And
say something
so-
confusing. I'm for freedom of information, complete freedom of information.
Right.
I'm not for complete freedom of science. I think information. If you figure
Do I
something out,
detect a bit of con?
Right. If you figure something out,
Content.
you should
Civil
share
liberties.
that. You should share that with the world, because we could all benefit from knowledge that we gain. We could also destroy things with the knowledge that we gain.
Yep.
And so, but I think that
You have
you're looking at it
If you want
from.
if you want to attack that question, you have to go into the society and how that functions. Some societies have different standards of, morals and different efficacies, etc. And there are some cultures and some civilizations throughout history where the pursuit of science is all, to a degree. Now, what their understanding of science is to them is different than ours. But the point is that, do we deny people an ability to go into certain sciences that could very well be good for us, even if they have a very potential negative side effect? How do we limit that? Do we explore it, like you said earlier? Do we explore the problems of it and the implications and the hypothetical implications, and if that destroys humanity or severely hurts it to some degree, do we stay away from it? What do we do? I don't know if we can, unless you go into the society and install an idea. So you have to. That's individualism. That's different. That's a whole different moral dilemma. Yeah, this is just
I
one
see it from a hierarchy perspective, which is going to make it a lot more socially amiable to introduce this idea, because what I'm doing in
You guys like the
my
questions
argument,
I'm posing?
I'm essentially
Yes.
I'm putting things in a certain hierarchy. I'm saying life has to be served by truth. Always. Knowledge, curiosity, always has to be subservient to our existence. And any knowledge that might come at the cost of our existence should not be attained. I believe that. It shouldn't be gone after, it should not be attained. Because if you flip the hierarchy, then we can end up in the situation we're in now. We can end up in more of them. We can end up in so many of them.
Well, then I guess I have to give up my knife that I like to use for my butter.
I got a dilemma. So,
Because that can be good. Also,
how much do you know about the
Hmm.
immune system?
Immune? A fair bit. Not as much as you probably, but
So,
I'm not far into it.
yeah. So things like transplants
No pun
would
intended.
God. Things like transplants would
Hmm.
definitely pose a very good dilemma for you. I'm honestly at this point I'm like posing or like just being like more dilemma central here, but what is it? Sometimes when some medical cases, just due to genetic predisposition of certain things, uh, require one. Let me put this in order. Sometimes, let's say a kid has bone cancer, and the only way to save this kid is to transplant the bone that they have the cancer on, like cancer, so it's spreading. And so, the problem with this is that with the immune system, it requires the right genetics, and even with the right genetics, because right genetics provides right proteins provide right function. It's hidden from the kid's immune system, but it functions well inside the kid. However, it's smart, fickle, evasive little shit sometimes. So, even when you have the right genetics, even when you have the right things that the immune system goes like, hey, I see you as me, you're good. It goes like, I see you like 98% of me, but you're still 2% off. You're at least dying a little bit, 2% every day. 2%, like 0.0002% organ that got transplanted, that a kid, goes away every day. And so,
bam.
what do like, you already, it's like you found matches, but the thing with the system is that the probability is very fucking.
Right. So how long is that? So the lifetime of that organ is going to be lower than the lifetime of an organ native to that person, no matter how good you have. It's gonna be lower.
They make it. Reed is a microbiologist. So, Reed, we are really in depth conversation. I'll probably on this, but and like mark it down. But I have my two friends here. We have a history and a poli-sci major, with minors in music and mathematics, and then we have a neuroscience major with a minor in philosophy. And we're right now sort of discussing essentially research, regulation, and education, and sort of ethical dilemmas with this, with regards to biotechnology, with honestly mainly on technology comparisons. That's the most right base it off, but they're all with regards to biotechnology. And so right now I'm posing a question. Friend, Sam Farrell, who's a neuroscience. So I'm posing a question to him, being like, okay, so we're I'm asking him about essentially what do we do about transplants then, with his stance on regulation.
Yeah, in some sense, I want to address your point because you said, well, if we're going to put life above knowledge every time, then I have to get rid of the knife, my butter, because I could stab someone with it.
Exactly.
And I definitely see your point there in terms of, well, if I'm saying this on the big scale, you take a little scale example, and things start not making sense.
That's
but
true.
I think
You have to look at the scale of it. Scale
you have
matters.
to look at the scale, and the scale does matter. But I still think that my argument makes sense because I'm not making an argument that you have to apply this in every decision that you have to create a new technology. I'm making the argument that you have to make that a value in society, as you pointed out.
Yes.
So if that's a value in society which guides action, obviously we're not going to have perfect adherence to that.
You'll have outliers.
And we're going to have cases in which exceptions are necessary and reasonable. But the fact that
gotta bet your bottom dollar that's so what it is, though.
That's the rule, and then the exception will be, okay, now we have to have a discussion because this piece of knowledge might be so useful that we may have to risk some human lives in order to go after it. But right now, that situation is flipped. The rule is we're going to greenlight any research that might have serious positive benefits. And if you can propose research that it's going to have serious positive benefits, almost regardless of the means, that research can be greenlit by the necessary authority. And the exception to that rule is you don't have to make a case that the risk of your research justifies its benefit.
Mm.
Someone has to make a case against you that the risk of your research doesn't justify the cost of its benefit. It's the opposite situation. It's not you don't have the burden of proof as a researcher that your research is not going to be too risky to undertake. There are certain things where that may be the case because it's obviously dangerous to do certain kinds of research. But as we've seen with gain of function, sometimes even though it's obvious, even to lay people, that this might not be the best idea, the burden of proof is not on the people proposing the research. In fact, the only burden of proof put on them, other than preliminary risk analysis, if even that, containment procedures and things like that. How are we going to keep it in our lab? What's our plan for containing these things? I'm talking about the risk analysis of what will happen if things go wrong. That's what I consider true risk analysis. But doing preliminary risk analysis, you show what benefits can this research have, and you get it approved. That's the status quo right now. If we had a value in society which said we need to assess the risk on humans and sometimes accept that risk because we discuss it and we deem it necessary for the knowledge and the ability that we gain through technology, through advancement, through research. In this way, I'm not saying we can't break that rule. I'm saying it's not a rule right now. It just isn't a rule. People assume that it is, but clearly it's not. It's not like researchers don't care about human lives. That's also not what's going on, because there are ethical guidelines for a reason. And the guidelines essentially, the guidelines essentially say, the guidelines on research essentially say, hey, the rule should be, if there's risk for human beings involved, we don't go there. But in the end, that almost always only applies to research that's done directly on human beings. Now we're doing research on things that can affect human beings. And I think that rule should be in place for those things too.
I mentioned that you have a lot of thoughts about the history of psychological research.
Yes, I definitely do.
Mm-hmm.
What the Germans did, and so the Nuremberg trials, they set the precedent for ethical medical guidelines. The Nuremberg Code is a set of research guidelines that was the first of its kind. It's been revised and tweaked and such. But like I said, that was the code I was referring to. It applies to direct research on human beings. It doesn't apply to viruses. You can kill as many viruses as you want. Nobody cares. So you just grow them in lab and then kill them off and grow another batch, kill them off. You can't do that with humans. That's what the Nuremberg Code says. Don't go killing off humans in your laboratory. That's not a good idea.
Also, they're just not practical. Like research is not practical.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is a completely different order of ethical reasoning that's not being paid attention to. There's a difference between putting a knife in someone's chest for research purposes and tweaking with a potentially world-ending virus in a laboratory. You're not doing anything that is directly harmful yet, right? And, well, directly harmful at all. But you are doing something that can have indirect implications that are orders of magnitude above what you could ever do by locking people up in a lab and starving. This research is more dangerous than direct human experimentation, and I'm not making a case for direct human experimentation of the negative kind at all. I'm saying if we fail to recognize the ethical choices we're making here, we are doing things that are worse than what the Nazis did by consequential ethical thinking.
Mm.
If you subscribe to some version of consequentialism, which is like you should determine whether or not to do an action based on the possible consequences of that action.
But that's not the grand narrative within
We're putting
most majority of society, though. See, the ideologies that you subscribe to are not the narrative of here in the United States for everyone, but that needs something like that, something ethical and something that deals with things like consequences and approaching things in a philosophical manner. That needs to be implemented into the societal level so that the up-and-coming chemist and up-and-coming biologist will already have that kind of ingrained in them. But then that's the moral dilemma of individualism. Are you, when you do that, you put another constraint on somebody. And then it comes up with the concept of greater good. It's outside of really anyone's realm of understanding, but it's a give and take. It's just a matter of what we're willing to take away from ourselves.
Okay, so you're saying like that's not really the ethical line of thinking.
How
that most
do we
people have.
limit our own, I guess you could call it liberties, in order not to destroy ourselves?
Yeah.
And that kind of thinking, though, is dangerous because it can be turned around for really bad stuff.
Yeah, like the government can decide, wait a minute, our citizens are too free.
Yes.
They're too dangerous because they're free. Let's make them unfree. And use the danger that they pose to themselves and others for that.
Oh, my head.
Yeah, so and I think
yes.
you're right about the standard ethical thinking people engage in, because it's not consequentialist as I've said
as much.
It's more deontological, which is an action is either good or bad based on like certain actions are good or bad based on ethical rule, like killing a human being always bad, or hitting someone is always bad. There are certain rules, and the rules are more complicated than that. But certain actions are always bad, certain actions are always good, regardless of their consequence.
Mm-hmm.
It's a moral code kind of way of thinking, rather than determining the moral stature of actions by their consequences they may or may not have. There are these two opposing views, and then there's also virtue ethics, which is kind of a branch of deontological thinking, which is basically some actions contribute to character development of virtues, and some actions contribute to character development of vices, and vices lead to bad outcomes, and virtues lead to good outcomes. So there are lots of different ethical approaches to take with this. I'm saying that the consequentialist viewpoint predicts the outcomes before they happen. And the deontological view doesn't.
But we do think about consequences and things like that. We do. That's what regulation's for. That's what.
But you don't make
this whole thing
decisions.
is all about,
You don't make decisions based on that.
But we still
ethic
have problems.
if you're under a
though.
deontological framework, because
So-
then you go, well, curing things is good. Let's approve the research, which is exactly that's a deontological way of thinking. It's like, well, here's a good that we could do. It would be bad not to do it, because the rules say that good things are good and bad things are bad. This is not a direct bad thing, so we have to approve it. We have to say yes to it.
Problem is that yes, it's good, but it also could be bad. Reversing the meme.
Right.
And when you do that, do we just nip it in the bud and say no, we're not going to do it? Or do we tempt fate and say, well, think about the implications, it could be incredible, we could fix everything? Do we do that or do we not? I would never be able to make that decision. I could not do it. Too many implications.
Well, I've
We already have
proposed.
that in place. Considering, so I put this realistic situation deal because
Sure.
so all that we talked about are, they had historical that were realistic, and then again, sort of
A lot of it's hypothetical,
Yes.
and so
but a lot of it's a
when I-
reality.
when it is too
Yeah.
The hypotheticals exist
because of the reality
because of the reality.
yeah.
Exactly.
So
What else are we
so-
making our predictions off?
right, so sort of
Thought,
what I
let's
mean
make
by-
humans immune to everything. Boom. Case solved.
How are we gonna make humans immune to nuclear weapons too?
You know what? We'll figure it out.
I don't think we'd be very cute if we were immune to nuclear
Hey,
weapons.
I
think because we're adorable because we're so squishy, you know. If giants showed up, we're screwed.
I'm cutting out
but
now. Yeah. So
I think
the
that-
mic has a pattern, probably something similar to this.
Is it able to
so-
change patterns? My mic.
We could be
changes.
friends. Let's
Oh,
cuddle
wow.
up. There we go. Oh
I've
no!
been waiting for this my whole life.
Oh my god. So
He's
yeah.
been waiting for me to make the move
Oh
forever.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
I'm too
Still
afraid to
waiting.
say it.
someone's got to be the bottom.
All right.
So I don't know. So I put in realistic situations here because that's more so to be like, okay, like we can have all these thoughts, and yet I can see that some of our thoughts here do not correlate with our current. Some of them do,
Hmm.
COVID, right?
Hmm.
However, there has been this research going on, like funded by the government and such in research institutions, and nothing exactly has come, like, on a societal level, bad.
Well, except COVID.
So, and I mean by that though, is that in like medical field.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, for sure. But our tools are getting more powerful all the time.
They're getting
And
more powerful
you're
and-
right.
And
we
less
sh-
and like
we are kind of
more cost efficient.
catastrophizing it, and your point is well taken.
Yeah.
We are catastrophizing this, but
Oh,
when
is it?
you're
that's the joint though.
yes, that
That's
is the
joint.
joy in it. But I'm
Mhm.
also saying it's not just a joy of the conversation
It is a serious
that's creating that
Mhm.
But it's not just the fact that
Yes.
it's fun to
No,
talk
I'm
about
aware.
worst
I'm
case
just like-
scenarios.
Yeah.
I think worst
the way you
case
said it.
scenarios
Mhm.
should be a part of the fundamental calculation. Best case scenarios should be part of the fundamental
Yes.
calculation.
Mhm.
The moment you ignore any of those, you're not running the calculation properly.
Mhm.
So you said, well, whether we should tempt fate for the progress of humanity, and risk annihilation, or not do that, is a decision that you wouldn't be able to make. And I agree, it's a very weighty decision. But I've proposed a heuristic for making these decisions. Given that this kind of research is probably not going to be our only path towards this knowledge, it might be the fastest and most expedient way towards knowledge of viruses, to change their genetic code, see what happens. Then we're going to get direct knowledge of what a specific change to a genome does
Just
to the function and life of a
expand that too.
virus.
Be right back.
Just to expand that too.
Sure.
Like it doesn't even necessarily need to be viruses as well. It just could be pathogens.
Yeah, pathogens.
Pathogens. in
It
general.
could be nuclear research. I'm using it as an example for the broad concept here.
Mhm.
If we have a form of research that we could be engaged in that has the potential cost of annihilation, I propose the heuristic that we do not go down that
Mhm.
route. We just
Mhm.
don't,
Right.
because it's not going to be our only opportunity to gain that kind of knowledge, whatever kind of knowledge that might be.
Mhm.
It might be the best one we have right now, but who's to say? Maybe we green light something like gain of function research, and then 5 years from that point, we
Mhm.
discover that there's this alternative research method that can yield the same kind of knowledge about viruses and the way they develop and the way they function. Maybe there's some really cool protein
Might be
tracking
starting-
technology, or
Mhm.
maybe AI makes a breakthrough and we can simulate the folding of protein, for instance, which is still something that's computationally explosive, so we can't do it.
Mhm.
There are certain breakthroughs that are possible, which don't have the downside of possible annihilation. It's not like that's all research. It's a very, very, very small proportion of research.
Mhm.
It's basically research on infectious diseases
Mhm.
and nuclear explosions and maybe to some degree things I don't know about that might
Definitely
be very
engineering.
dangerous.
Definitely.
Yes,
it
there's
is.
engineering research
Mhm.
that has potential to do this.
It's like
Space flight engineering that has potential to do this.
Most of
because
this
if
really
we're trying to
applies-
warp space-time, do we really want to do that?
Yeah, it's
we
like-
really want to try.
basically.
I don't know what the cost of that is.
Yeah. So heck, look at that. So basically, I feel like a whole lot of this really mainly applies to when you're when you're studying a little bit into sort of what is it, outfield sort of biology. As in go outfield, pick up things, and then back, and that goes back to historical. Where it's like you spore out and you bring disease with you, and that disease kills everything because that system was not like adapted towards that other. So there's also that part of it too. So it's like outfield research and engineering. So and honestly, this applies a whole lot to me. I'm a synthetic biologist. I want to be a synthetic biologist.
Yeah.
This applies a lot to me.
Well, you know, by even thinking about these things, you've already taken the vaccine against them, to use a terrible analogy at this point.
That's an interesting. Yeah, I would love to hear the questions from Reed because he's an actual like.
Should they be destroyed or kept in storage?
So we'll go right here.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, smallpox research. I read your previous comment about gain of function research as well. I gave the whole timeline of the NIH banning that research in 2014, and then on December 19th of 2017, they gave it the green light, and they put a pause on it during the pandemic because they realized that once the lab leak theory was more or less accepted, they realized we should put a pause on these things until things die down, but they've resumed that kind of research now. And you're right, there are plenty of people arguing against gain of function research. I would certainly be on that side of that argument because the fundamental thing I've been saying here is that if the cost of a gain is the cost of a research path, no matter what the gain is, if the cost of that research path is potentially annihilation, we should not be going down that research path. So to apply that heuristic to smallpox research, it depends on how dangerous smallpox is. Would a smallpox outbreak create annihilations, complete annihilation? I think we'd say no, it doesn't. Is it one of those things that comes pretty darn close? Yes. Especially if you're doing, for instance, let's say someone proposed gain of function research on smallpox, on the smallpox virus, and so they're giving smallpox artificially more functionality. They're making it more dangerous so that they can see what a worst case scenario would do and how to stop it, let's say. And
viewers here is an microbiologist. I think no, he's doing undergrad in microbiology. So.
And the best thing, and let's say that
like these questions.
The possible benefits of this research are immense. We would perhaps we would cure some of the most infectious diseases through this research. Hypothetically, let's say, in this hypothetical situation, there has to be a discussion, and it can't be a fiat decision. That's not what my heuristic is for. My heuristic is only saying a hard no to cases where the possible downside is annihilation. If that is a possible downside, we don't go there by fiat. It draws a line there. But if the possible downside is anything less than that, then you have a discussion. But you have a discussion based on consequentialist ethics, which means that we look at the possible outcomes if ignorance or negligence allows the worst case scenario to occur. So for smallpox, that would be a breach of smallpox containment. If there's a live smallpox sample and it gets out, what would the consequences be? Research obviously gives precautions towards that, but there's still a probability of it happening because you're putting these things out into real world research laboratories and they don't always contain things. The leak theory might still be it's not a decided thing.
It isn't confirmed by any means.
It's not confirmed, and I didn't say it was confirmed.
It's not confirmed to the public.
It's widely accepted to some degree, and we'll never have a clear answer on that because the CDC hasn't investigated, which it really should have, and too scared of trying to do that, in my opinion. But we're never going to get a clear answer on that, so we have to work on some sort of working hypothesis. We have to have some model for what happened. I don't buy that people picked this up from a bat in a market where they weren't selling bats at the time, because that's been confirmed. So the initial story is false. That doesn't mean other theories are true, but the initial theory is false, and we know that.
My bad.
And the fact that there was a virology lab in Wuhan doing gain of function research on bat coronaviruses just seems like too much of a coincidence. It seems like too much of a coincidence that a virus that seems to have overcome some evolutionary challenges in the way it was able to spread, just randomly popped up as a mutation in the same city where there's a lab like this. So this is why people believe in this theory. Obviously, there's no way to confirm it. But at the same time, it's a better working hypothesis than any I've heard. You have another one that I'm very interested in what it is, because I like to play these things out against each other and say which one would have predicted best what's actually happening.
What are your opinions on this? I'm curious, Reed.
I am curious, but to finish my point about the smallpox containment thing, and possible future research with smallpox, the conversation that has to be had, is not one of what are the benefits that could be gained from this research. That's the wrong conversation in my mind. The conversation has to be a lot more, well, if you'd like, pessimistic than that, but for me, it's more realistic than that. The conversation has to be about that, yes, but also about what happens if the negligence and the ignorance allows the worst case scenario. What does that look like? What happens if our competence and our skill and our wonderful research program turns out the results that it's trying to attain? What's that scenario look like? And both of those things have some probability. We can't really know what that probability is, but we have to make our decisions based on our predictions in both of those areas. Otherwise, we're making foolish decisions.
If I can respond to Reed real quick.
Yeah.
So with the theory, I'll give an uneducated guess because I'm no expert by any means. I think you're right. I think a lot of it I think it came from a lab, much in the same way we have our own form of engineered, or what I like to call extended viruses, here in the States, and I think it found its way to an animal, and I agree with the theory of a raccoon, most likely, and then found its way into some sort of market, which found its way into humans. That's common with many viruses throughout history, unless you're a conspiracy theorist, and you can go wherever you want with that, but I agree. And I think that's quite valid.
I have heard of the animal source theory for COVID, and I'm not a biologist, so
I don't think it originated though in an animal. I think it somehow found its way to animals. I'm not exactly sure how they travel, but I do think it came from a lab.
Yeah, that's not out of the question too. But I'm a narrative, so I'm what you might call a narrative psychologist in some sense. The psychological the psychological school I subscribe to, narrative, psychoanalytic part of that side of things, and so I look at what would cause China's official response to the virus appearing in a city with a virology lab. What would cause the official story to be, this virus came from a bat, we know how it happened in the wet market in Wuhan, there was improper hygiene related to a bat, and it jumped from the animal to a human, and that's how it happened, and then that story turns out to be false. But then it's not like you can ignore the story. You have to ask, why that story, if it was false, presuming that the people telling that story knew it to be false, right? Because if the people who were telling that story knew it to be false when they were telling it, what kind of knowledge you know, like if they knew that that story was false, perhaps they knew something about the truth. If they knew something about the truth, perhaps it was easier for them to tell a half truth than a lie.
They needed to come up with some story.
They needed to come up with some story, but
Yeah,
why
that's
that
really
one?
bad.
Why a bat? Why a wet market? Why improper health precautions? And that
In 50 years, I'm sure we'll be able to understand it then, but right now it's far too fresh in politics, and there is perhaps a political motive to it. But that is kind of besides the point of why they're doing it. We need to attack the why it happened, not what they're coming up with afterwards, because it happened. However you want to blame it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But because it happened,
it's beside the point now.
that is, yeah, it's unfortunately too late, and we need to figure out how to prevent such things by looking within, looking internally.
So there's this idea of how to ethically approach this research, obviously in terms of regulation and in terms of what do we approve, what do we not approve. That goes back all the way towards to the societal level, which you've pointed out.
By
Yes.
the way, I actually have a whole other this corporation kind of perspective. Here's the thing. The way you distribute these things in the first place is business. Sending them out inside. And that's honestly, I feel like getting it sort of segregating off, but it doesn't work whole education versus regulation versus bio.
Yeah.
So when you have distribution of stuff, right? I'm going off some other segment, but yeah.
Those are both not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. So, just like with regards to regulation, it's what is responsibility? Like what responsibilities of the corporation? Or so what do they incorporate as a trademark secrets or something that kind of costs, licensing?
And I don't like trademark. I don't like hiding knowledge from people, because I think that that's a solution that's doomed to fail in the long run. Because if you're regulating information, we live in the information age.
Yeah.
That information will come out. Governments have tried to hide information from citizens before. Sooner or later, that information comes out.
Right.
I'm
I
sure the
mentioned that.
governments are hiding information right now, but I'm sure that in 50 years, we're probably going to know most of it.
50 to 100 years. I can actually personally, from an archivist standpoint, because I work in archives and will be working more this summer on it. There's a 100-year gap in a timestamp that the government puts on certain documents, and even to the smallest things like a college. Here at this college, for example, yeah, there's a 100-year stamp where they say this cannot be opened and you can't see this until 100 years later, and there are problems with that. But sooner or later, things do come to light, and it happens.
But I'm saying, you know, that's regulating that is different from regulating research, because if you don't do the research, it's not like you do the research secretly and don't publish the results for 100 years.
No,
You haven't walked that
Unfortunately,
road.
that is some case. Usually, with like are really smart, but also during lives.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Hey, archival work is fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy my other major. Hey, yeah. Wait, Reed, what was your other major again? I know you were another major. I think religious studies.
Oh.
Religious studies. Yeah. So yeah, he enjoys this stuff
All
a
right.
whole lot.
He's on the same page. I like this guy.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy the people that have my chat, dude.
Yeah, that
It's
sounds
like,
like,
like
sound like a bunch of fun, actually. I like it.
yeah. So yeah. You're going on about regulating research. I just brought up the
Well, that connects back to the other point we made about ethics.
right.
How can we regulate things? Or do you think it's better to just have a grand narrative that you install in society so that those kinds of things, every individual has this idea, this sense of, I'm taking it upon myself for the grand narrative. But then again, like I said earlier, it attacks liberties and individualism.
Yep.
etc. But then it's the idea of pursuing the greater good.
Okay, so let's take it to the societal level for a bit
Yeah.
and
Let's
say,
go ahead, yeah.
because I think that's going to be a really interesting discussion.
Hmm?
If we start regulating the accessibility to research and knowledge and certain paths of curiosity, we are essentially putting ourselves in the boots of the Inquisition. Like, oh, you're curious about, the fact that the Earth might be going around the sun instead of the other way around. Well, we're gonna burn you.
Yeah.
It can get to there. It can get to that place. We've been there before.
You never expected.
Now I'm taking it to an extreme to make a bit of a point about taking it to the margin to make a point about the average here.
Right.
Because the average is probably not going to be so extreme. I don't think we're going to burn people at the stake for using genetic alteration kits.
No.
We might hit them with a hefty fine, though.
Mhm.
And if someone does
Also,
have...
use in jail just to be safe too.
Right.
Yeah.
If someone does have a
Mhm.
idea with one of the... that requires one of these kits and doesn't have the kind of... Well, even if it does have kind of possible negative repercussions, I'm going to play devil's advocate against my own stance here. Let's say we have a biological genius on our hand. This person has an idea that they have a very, very, very strong scientific sense, will solve a major problem, and they know how to go about it, and they know how to reduce the risks practically zero, even though the risk of something going wildly wrong always exists. Best case scenario, right? Should they have the right to use a kit like this? That's a very difficult question, because the kit in itself is like the ability to make an atomic bomb. You haven't made the thing yet, but if you give people the ability to do so and you give them enough time, one of them's going to do it.
Mm-hmm. It's like you have a cooking recipe out also online. It's like, okay, well, here's the things, and you got the materials too in your kitchen, and in this case, your kitchen's a little box.
Right. Someone's going to cook it up.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so you say, well, we could limit the ability of people to use these kits regardless of that possibility some benevolent genius coming up with an incredible solution, which has happened many times and is generally the way science progresses. Some benevolent genius does something fairly risky with the scientific tools at our disposal and finds something that changes the world. That's how science happens in a lot of cases. Now, in some cases, that the risk isn't there. They just stumble across something that's, wow.
And we do have ways of, realistically speaking, we do have ways of, because we have awesome
Exactly.
in vitro, in vivo stuff, sort of first screen
Well, yeah, that's the sense of scale.
Societal level.
building. Yeah, that's the
That's about-
comparison. It's not the
yeah.
actual, like, we're not making
yes.
this literal.
No,
No,
sure.
There's nuance to this,
Definitely.
and the scale is definitely something taken into consideration.
But I think the point is more like the whole monkeys on the typewriter thing, where if you put an infinite amount of monkeys on an infinite amount of typewriters, they'll eventually write every book in the library, just because of the virtue of nature of the problem you're dealing with. That infinity is a weird thing, but in this case, human curiosity is the weird thing we're dealing with. If you give someone the ability to express their curiosity through a specific means, if you provide them a means for doing that, it only takes one very interested and driven person to do that. What about
well, that's guidelines.
Okay, yes, that's guidelines. Okay, so this was the point I brought up earlier between the two ethical viewpoints, deontological viewpoints or consequentialist viewpoints. So this is the difference. Deontological viewpoints are guidelines. They are what we have now. They're the Nuremberg Code. They are the American Psychological Association's guidelines for psychological practice,
Agreed.
which are going to apply to me one day as a practicing psychologist. These are guidelines. They are based on rules, very concrete. Do I think they're a good thing? Absolutely. I think we need them. Do I think that they are sufficient for telling us which research we can do and which research we cannot? No. I think the only thing that can provide us with that is an informed dialogue of experts that don't make blind decisions based on guidelines, but rather make decisions with the guidelines in mind based on a discussion that they have in the room. I'm essentially arguing for a debate framework under consequentialist ethics for the decision making in research, because it's the most strict form of ethical consideration. It's more strict than deontological, rule-based systems of making decisions in a deontological.
IRBs, exactly.
Yep.
Things like human subject testing boards. Yes,
we had mentioned
exactly.
that about the Nuremberg.
But most of these IRB boards, most of these ethical boards, and there are definitely exceptions to this, but a lot of the boards of ethics, especially at a higher levels, they're dealing with, does this research tick certain boxes? You know, does it violate any of the ethical guidelines? That's what the ethical board is there to do. They're there to compare the piece of proposed research with the guidelines that already exist, and as long as it doesn't violate any of those guidelines, it gets the green light. If they determine that it does, they're acting like judges. They're acting like they're acting like Supreme Court judges. What Supreme Court judges do is they do not, to the degree that they're doing their job, they don't pass personal judgment on the ethical nature of the case. Their job is essentially interpretation. They interpret the law as it stands against the facts of the case, and a human has to do this job. They determine whether the facts of the case have violated the laws as they stand, and they give a judgment based on that. And it works most of the time. But in terms of research, I think that being the norm, and ethical boards that actually make their decisions based on the conversation that happened in the room, even if the piece of research does not directly or indirectly violate any of the guidelines present, right? I'm saying boards like that are more rare than they should be. That should be the rule, not the exception. I'm saying general guidelines are great. There should be guidelines that if you violate them, the research is out. For me, I've already proposed one of those guidelines. If the cost of research is potentially potential annihilation for the human race, we should do that research. That's a guideline. It's not a consequential, and it's based on consequentialist thinking, but it's still a guideline. So if I was part of an ethics board, that was a guideline we were using, and a piece of research came across my table, and it proposed research that had that possible outcome, then we could just say no. But if I propose more or less a two-stage process, one that looks like what we're doing now, passes a review board where people are just checking it against the guidelines as they stand, and if it passes that, then it goes to a discussion board, which is more or less how laws are made. How they're supposed to be made. It doesn't always work out this way because of lobbying, political strife, and all of that. But in the ideal situation, the House of Representatives actually talk about the legislation in question and discuss its benefits and discuss its costs and say, even though this doesn't violate any guidelines that we've set for legislation, that's why it's gotten this far, let's discuss whether or not this will get us further than it will set us back.
Yeah. Okay. That was a whole lot.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to give a very precise answer.
I got you. It's just that, so, got kind of close here.
Sure.
Because it's a whole lot going for our
Well, we'll have to continue the conversation for another time.
Sure, if you guys are
Absolutely.
Awesome, yeah, no. It's like...
I agree.
Yeah. So
I've had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Fun. For the people who kind of came late, sorry you got thrown the whole action depth. but like
Yeah, but I think
Um,
you could have picked up what the conversation was more or less about.
mm, that would have to be something that we could probably
Yeah, well,
talk about maybe. So
not to negate the
know if you
importance of
two-
the question.
was that
I said not to negate the importance of the question.
There's
just
more
to,
confidentiality.
Yep. If you have a Discord, you can join mine.
Sure.
yeah.
I do.
Maddie, hold on, let me
Part of
give you guys
yours.
my Discord. If you guys want to this conversation like this, anyone on there, you have a Discord you can join, and we could all get there. And we could all talk about it a bit more. There, I have to sort of end stream. I have to end stream
You have
because
a girlfriend too. Shut up.
I know, but aw, cute.
I have to end stream because people are getting upset with how I'm putting this up. But thank you all for joining me. I need to find someone. And thank you too
been
for
fun.
joining.
Yeah,
joining this,
absolutely.
and
We'll
this
be
is
here
absolutely
again.
fun. And I think we should also. I am definitely thinking about turning the podcast
Yeah.
section. I have
think that's appropriate.
I have topics that I think are interesting. So one of them is nuanced views on intelligence. I recently
Hey.
read that book, and that book proposed a lot of really, proposed a pretty interesting. I've talked about this before. I've basically hosted a club, an impromptu book club about this. But
Ungifted by Scott Barry Kaufman. Kaufman's great.
Hoffman is amazing.
I agree.
Yeah, you can read it. You can send that in my Discord. I open that up. But yeah, so I'm gonna find someone to rate or chat. If you can find me someone to rate, that'd be amazing. But yeah,
Email your Discord. I'm gonna join. But you can do that after.
just wanna
But hey, it's fantastic conversation. I think we covered a lot of ground.
covered a lot of.
I agree.
And we talked about specific cases, worst case scenario cases, societal stuff, specific things. I'd love to talk about the psychological aspect of all this, but we didn't get into that. Maybe next conversation. And I also want to talk on a related note about AI research, because it's kind of facing similar dilemmas with the emergence of generalized artificial intelligence. Actual
Yeah.
problem solving, creative AI machines that are, these problems are being solved and they're being implemented, and now quantum computing is well on its way. Lots of stuff to talk about, but
Definitely.
maybe another time.
That'd be so
Oh,
interesting.
quantum
to hear
computing
about.
could lead to lots of
So,
cool things
Anyways, so yeah, I have to rate someone. Let's go rate
Terrifying
self
things.
science.
and really
They're
cool
doing,
things.
Very
There's
cool
this
things.
something that's
hypothetical that
awesome.
could technically get 99%.
Let's give them some love.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Wait a second, I just did the wrong command.
I love
Oh my god. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. Oh my god, for saying this long. But let's rate self. Oh, never mind. I guess we can't. Someone else. You guys have anyone we can rate?
There's a theoretical.
Yeah. Need to
Using
find
quantum
someone else.
computing.
modeling like his appearance.
Modeling the
We'll rate
very
someone
things that
totally
happen
different.
with every knowledge
Let's
that we
rate
ever
my.
know.
Let's rate a friend
It's
of
kinda
mine.
cool.
What do you mean?
I'll explain.
Jesus, like, do you mean his personality? Being?
His
There you go.
being.
Give Ophelia, a friend of mine, a friend of mine,
Oh,
some love.
hypothetical.
And
Well, I know a
she's
few people
playing,
who think they're 99%
Phil-
Jesus,
that's
and
Phil
it's not a great.
Yeah, we're gonna rate her. Okay, thank you guys so much. That was some science stuff.
Bye.
Peace.
Fantastic. Okay.
I enjoy that. Very much.
That went well.
Oh my God.
That went
great.
well. I appreciated
It
that.
didn't-
love-
I must